¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos un día más al Play Red Live. De nuevo,
Good afternoon and welcome to Play Red Live. Once again, we're back playing at home in the Son Mosh Stadium. Where you can see that the first team players have just arrived to the stadium. We've got Pedro Rajkovic on your screens there. Our goalkeeper, Dominic Grove, of course, is also doing a great job as our King's Cup goalkeeper. You can see Javier Aguirre, very smiley Javier Aguirre, in fact, more than usual. Perhaps he's got some tricks up his sleeve for today. That would explain it. Last league match here was won 2-1 against Rayo Vallecano with a winning goal in the very last minute. That Mauricio on your screens there, the author of that last minute goal that managed to give Mallorca their victory that they needed so much, Martin Valiant, who was recently been off because of a knee injury. So we'll see if he's going to be a starter today. Devil of Arta, Abdon Prats, really concentrated there with his classic moustache look. Nacho Vidal on your screens there, one of the newest signings from the winter market. Javi Llaveres, local Mallorcan, talking to Omar Masare, Kyle Larin, back on the team now. He had been sanctioned because of yellow cards. We'll see if he's started today too. You can see Manu Morlan is there as well. Sergi there, the Wizard of Arta, who is gaining more protagonism as well in recent matches. Copete on your screens there, the Andalusian midfielder, the last one to enter the changing rooms, the locker rooms in this renovated stadium, which was recently finished and we've been reaping the benefits of it ever since. We can see how the grass is now being watered, getting everything ready for today. So yes, once again, good afternoon to you. Today we're up against Real Sociedad.
Analizaremos con dos habituales también en estas retransmisiones, con James Davis. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Hace tiempo que no te veíamos. Viene cansado hoy James porque ayer tuvo.
And we are here today with James Davis, who is tired today because he had a match yesterday with Mallorca B. Yeah, I mean, I think the point that we got was great as well. It was a struggle, but yeah, we managed to get a good point there. You also played with one player down in the second half, and we're also here with Johan Stankovic. You didn't play yesterday, but you did have a match as a coach this weekend, and you got a point as well, right? Yeah, we've got 7 points from 3 matches, which isn't bad at all. It was a tough one this weekend. Yeah. We managed to equalize in extra time. Great. Well, let's see if we could get some points on the board again today. Of course, we would love to get 3 points because let's go and have a look at the standings right now. Because Mallorca has a golden opportunity to edge ever closer to their goal, their objective. Cadiz have lost against Osasuna 2-0 this weekend, but Celta has also lost against Futbol Club Barcelona, also in the last minute, very cruelly from a penalty as well, which had to be taken again because of one of the players moving too quickly before they were allowed. There we go on the second half of the table. There we are, 16th place on 23 points. However, 3 more than Celta, who has already played and lost this weekend. Cadiz is the team that is marking the relegation zone right now, and have also lost. So Mallorca, with a win today, could be 9 points ahead of Cadiz and leave a sizable margin between them and the relegation zone. And Almeria are playing Granada right now, and they're also losing 1-0 on the 77th minute of the match. We're also keeping a watch eye on how people are arriving to the stadium today, so we can go to Damián García, who is pitch side for us. Good evening to you. Yes, good afternoon. Like I usually always say at the beginning of these programs, slowly but surely the stands are filling up. That the red colour of the seats is starting to be covered with a variety of different colours, of course. Always a bit of a slow start, especially on a Sunday match. At the moment, the grass is being watered. It's no news to anybody, but it is in perfect condition as usual.
Y además con buena temperatura, si no voy mal, Damián.
Good temperature as well. Yes, but if we compare the match today to the match against Rayo Vallecano, which was much colder affair, then yeah, there's a real big difference there. I mean, I am wearing the jacket, but if I took it off, I'd be probably all right. I think it's a really nice temperature for a Sunday afternoon match today.
Pasaremos algo de rasca. A ver, también vamos a entrar en calor con la afición Rocío Carretero.
So let's also go over to the fan Rocío Carretero. How are you doing outside the stadium today? What are they thinking about the match against Real Sociedad in the middle of this, before this semi-final round? Yes, I couldn't have put it better myself. We are here heating things up for tonight's match. So scarves in the air all round. So, Adrian, what do you think about the match today? I think it's a really important one. We lots to play for. We've got all the players except Maffeo. You know, Mauricio's back. Real Sociedad have had a tough match against PSG recently, so things are looking good in the Champions League. So we'll be back with many more fans to speak to very soon. Great, thank you very much. There's definitely a good atmosphere outside the stadium now. Sunday, 6:30. It's pretty nice. It's a nice match time. Of course, we are very lucky to have the stadium that we have, but also to have those 11 amazing starters that will be doing the match today on Javier Aguirre's Futbol. So have a look. Let's have a look at who Javier Aguirre has decided to put his money on for the match against Real Sociedad today. Let's see if we've got one or two strikers. That's always our doubt recently. Today we've got two. Let's take a look. We've got Patrick Rajkovic in goal. Line of 5 in defence with 3 central defenders, Martin Valiant, Antonio Raillo as captain, Matia Nasic, and then on the wings, the right wing, Gio Gonzalez, left wing, Costa. 3 midfielders today with Samuel Costa, Antonio Sanchez, and Dani Rodriguez. So many kilometres and so much hard work on those legs. And then 2 strikers for today, which in this occasion will be Vlad Maurici and Kyle Larin, who is coming back off the sanction, and Maurici, who was a starter in the last match and managed to score the winning goal. On the bench, we've got Dominic Drive, Nilato, Van der Heyden, Omar Mascarell, Manu Morlanes, Adon Prats, Sergi Darder, Javi Llabres, Nacho Vidal, and Arturo Nick. All of those players available except Pablo Maffeo. So we like this lineup, right? Perfect, yeah. I think it's a winning starting 11. Everybody wanted Mauricio to score in the last time, and he did a huge confidence boost for him. We're feeling good. Larin is playing really well recently as well. And I think it's the kind of starting 11 that can manage to get 3 points. Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting for Maurici and Larin to play together for a really long time. I think it was one of those beginning of season things that everybody was exciting about. They're 2 very good strikers. Maurici is a great person for jumping, trying to get those headers. And I think this looks like a really strong team. So 2 really strong strikers, but also Adon is on the bench as well, who is obviously the top goal scorer. His 6 King's Cup goals. I know it's obviously a bit of a cliche, you know. how are you going to come on with one striker when you've got three amazing strikers? I mean, the great thing is that we've got three strikers that are really active right now. Both the three of them are in a really good form at the moment. And also it's a really exciting thing, right? It's the kind of duo that we haven't been able to see many times. We hadn't seen the best version of Larin quite yet. And now it's kind of starting to come out with Mauricio being back. So we've got Mauricio recovered and possibly in his best form, and then a Larin who is now starting to come into his own. Yeah, Larin in the beginning of the season, he wasn't playing very much. With Mauricio's injury, he managed to have a bit more pitch time. Having them both fit and ready today, then let's see what the duo works like. Especially Damian Garcia has been talking to Javier Aguirre, so let's see what he had to say.
Bueno, pues estamos con Javier Aguirre. ¿Qué tal, Javier? Muy buenas tardes.
We're here with Javier Aguirre. Good afternoon to you. How do you see the match today? Taking into account that you could be 9 points away from relegation to win. Well, there you go, with a lot of excitement. The relegation zone lost their matches this weekend, so it's the opportunity to create distance. It's the second of the 3 matches against Real Sociedad in a month. Do you expect a difference into the King's Cup? Yes, I mean, they're great at the initiative with the ball. They're very good at playing in our half of the pitch. We'll just have to take advantage of any opportunities that we have. We'll try and hold them off. So 5-3-2 formation today. What do you like about today's starters? Well, presence in the opposite goal scoring area. We do a really good job on the wings. We'll try and take advantage of the height and speed of our strikers. And let's see if we can get one in. So yes, precisely. We were talking about that duo of strikers, Larin and Mauricio. Yeah, I think they're both in a good moment. Bena's back now. I think Abdon is great too. It's what I was saying yesterday, that we're really lucky to have 3 great strikers that are on form right now. And let's hope that we can continue like that. Thank you very much. That was a great interview there. You can tell that he's riled up about that. So I don't know if the fans are aware of the starting 11 and what they think of it. Bit of a imposing starting 11. Rocío, tell us. Yes, that's absolutely right. And I'm with Tony, who knows we know him. We know he's come from very far away, and he's telling us that he's just seen the starting 11 of it. Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected it. Yeah, I mean, his style recently, the 2 defenders, line of 5 in defense. I think Real Sociedad have the. No, I think Mallorca have the advantage right now of having. We scored an extra time against Rayo Vallecano. Mauricio gave us that gift at the end of the match. So do you think this is a rehearsal for the King's Cup? Well, it's a rehearsal, but no, it's very different things. The style of play changes a lot. In the league, if you finish 0-0, it's fine. It's not the same in the King's Cup. So Real Sociedad have not had a great track record in the last 5 matches. Yeah, that's a positive thing for Mallorca. But it always is the same to us. When they haven't won for a while and they play against us, something happens, and then they end up winning. I think we should think about that. I mean, they only just lost against Paris Saint-Germain. I mean, maybe we could take advantage of that and get 1 or maybe even 3 points. Well, let's hope that it is 3. So if we look at the other factors today, you're quite a young fan, but do you remember the figure of Beltran, who we were talking about a lot this week? Yeah, I mean, I was born way after his time, but he's always talked about a lot as a legend of Mallorcan football. And I've been reading up on him on social media and stuff. There was lots of documentary shown on TV as well. And if Mallorca is in the position they're in now because of him, he took the club when nobody wanted it, and he's transformed it and elevated it immensely. And I think that it's thanks to him and that era that now we are over 20,000 members. I think remembering all those Argentinian figures is very important, but also the journey of that he was a very mediatic person. Yeah, of course, and that. Yeah, I think that is what we always have to understand, is that the feeling of being a Mallorca fan is not something that you buy or you sell, it's something that you have to feel. And he, as a figure, would kind of affect people, and he would make them become Mallorca fans, and it was contagious. And something that is really speaks about him as a person is for him to receive all the fans that went over to Mestalla and greet them and thank them one by one. Well, there you go. Some very nice words there from Tony, who explained that very perfectly about the unfortunate passing away of Mr. Beltran.
Esas imágenes que he visto más adelante y que he sentido también muchísimo esa pérdida, ¿no? Que vivimos en el día de ayer, pero sobre todo aquí tenemos un hombre que
yes, very nicely put there by Tony. You knew him very well, Johan. You spent 3 years with him, with Bartomeu Beltran. We lost him yesterday, so you hear Tony there. He didn't experience, obviously, that time because he was too young. But for somebody who didn't experience that as, if he can experience it so fully, imagine us when we were actually alive. Yes, I mean, at the moment when he took over Mallorca, he was just that kind of person. He would ignite the passion in everybody. I mean, I think everybody should aspire to be such a good player, such a good person as him. He was a president from 1995 to 1998. But I think he arrived at the club in 1994. And I think that really did produce big change in the club. We went back up to First Division the second year that he was here. And then the next year, that was an amazing time. We finished the league 4th. We were finalists in the King's Cup, and we won the Super Cup. So we needed a person like him, to lift Mallorcanism. When I arrived here, we were playing a friendly against Barca or Real Madrid. Barca would score, and it would be like as if we'd been playing in Barcelona celebrating the goal, and that changed in 2 years. Whenever we'd play against Barcelona or Madrid, the people were on our side, and it didn't used to be like that. And it was a change of the people that were here, and everybody who was involved, everybody who worked, on it, for example, as well. But that's just to mention one of them. So many Mallorca fans and workers that helped change it. It was a really difficult time. Mallorca hadn't been able to get into First Division for 4 or 5 years.
oficiales, de Grupo Z y de Asensio.
Sí, sí, la verdad que hizo muy buen trabajo, pero sobre todo, más que los
algo parecido algo parecido que están haciendo esta gente, pero diferente.
Something very similar as to what these people are doing, but kind of a bit different now.
Para marcar el gol de Carlitos, y para eso también estabas tú, ¿no? También.
Sí, la verdad que me acuerdo aquel día cuando subimos, pues le metimos en la ducha y hay una foto que es la
imagen de las duchas.
No, pero era una persona muy querida por nosotros jugadores.
Yeah, he was really well loved by all the players and for all Mallorca fans in general. Obviously, Johan knew him more. We didn't perhaps experience it very much, but we have that image of him, right? You were born in 95, and this all started in 1994. Yeah, I knew about it, but yeah, it is the kind of guy that everybody always talks about in locker rooms. I think he reflected perfectly what being a Mallorca fan means. Everybody who feels that, we all know who he is, and we're also grateful for him for everything he did. I mean, I have to say as well that he also invested in Malaga Football Club. However, everything turned out better for the Mallorca team. It worked more with us, but he did also invest that.
Pues y ahora vamos a intentar repetir ese hito de tantos años. Descanse.
Well, now obviously we're going to try and repeat the successes that Dr. Beltran saw when he was in charge of the club, but may he rest in peace. And we thank him for everything he did for Mallorcanism. We're going to go over to Real Sociedad starting lineup as well. They do have certain important absences, like the one of Mikel Oyarzabal, for instance. However, the rest of the team is very, very strong. In goal today, Remiro, line of 4 in defence, Fuelia and Lenormand as central defenders, Galan and Traoré on the wings. 3 midfielders for you today, Fuirendi, Bryce and Merino. Wings up top today for Zakarian and Sadiq, and then top striker today for Real Sociedad.
Por la izquierda, como decimos así en el banquillo, ¿no? Destacamos la suplencia de Barrene y nada, destacar sobre todo la suplencia, no, la baja de Mikel Oyarzabal y de Tierney también en el lateral
to point out that absence there of Mikel Oyarzabal, so very, very impressive lineup for them.
Perdonó muchos a quien somos y seguramente llega hoy también, ¿no? Con ese partido entre ceja y ceja.
And today we can imagine that Sadiq would not want to make the same mistakes that he made in the King's Cup semi-final. Yes, I mean, he's been off for 6 or 7 months and he's clearly not at 100% yet. There's lots to play for Real Sociedad today. If they lose today, they start to hang off the top 6 that go to the Europa League. So a tough and complicated match for both teams. Yes, and James, I'm just coming to you for a second, but we just hear some applause on the pitch. Yes, that's right. The Mallorca players have just come on to start their warm-up, both starters and reserves. Everybody with their classic warm-up rituals.
Tocar el esférico y muchas caras de concentración, muchas ganas, lo comentaba Aguirre en la previa a nuestros micrófonos, mucha ilusión sobre todo por la posibilidad de que el equipo le pueda sacar 9 puntos a la zona de descenso, una zona de descenso que te comento, José, está al rojo vivo por ese partido que se está disputando ahora mismo entre Almería y Granada.
Of course, that relegation zone right now is red hot because it was Granada Almería 1-0, but now it was 1-0 before, but Granada has now equalised with less than a quarter of an hour left.
Realmente de manera directa no nos afecta, pero
which doesn't affect us directly, but of course it is a very direct match between rivals in the relegation zone right now. So we will be very mindful of what goes on in that match.
Con la Liga, Pablo Ortiz, y posteriormente hablará con nosotros, así que también estaremos...
We'll be talking to Pablo Ortiz also very soon, so we'll be bringing you all that very soon. Great, well, we'll keep an eye out for that. Thank you, José.
Del Celta, James, no sé si coincides, ¿no? Que prácticamente es el 11 de gala y no sé a quién te cargarías ya. Seguramente teniendo toda la plantilla sería Oyarzábal, ese ya no.
So, who would you like to remove from a team like that? What do you think of the choice there? Well, it's clear that the team has been brought on to win. Lenormand hadn't been playing recently. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's a very Champions League looking lineup. We also have our weapons. We have people who are performing really well right now. And having a bad day in Somos could easily mean defeat for us.
Somos la Real, que es séptima con 37 puntos y que, como decía James, es un equipo.
Yes, Real Sociedad is currently at 7 on 37 points. They did lose against Paris Saint-Germain in their elimination round 2-0 the other day. But you're with some more fans, and even though it's not the 14th of February anymore, you've got some people there who are in love because every day is Valentine's Day, right? Yes, everybody loves Mallorca, of course. Let's see. Yes, sorry. Actually, we did have a couple of people in love who are ready to talk to us, and the Aina's husband did get a bit embarrassed and decided he did not want to be on camera. But anyway, you are from Córdoba, Aina, but you are very, very passionate about about Mallorcanism. So, what do you think of how Mallorca's doing? Do you feel optimistic? Yeah, I think we're going to win today. What are you feeling about how the match today? I don't think that Real are playing very well. How would I say this? They don't feel like, they're missing some spark. And we've got loads of spark. That's very important to be optimistic about a match like this. Yeah, and also Real Sociedad are playing loads of matches right now, and that could be a weakness. Yes, definitely, and we are going to win today. And we will dedicate the win to Dr. Beltran. Oh, so you knew about him too? Yes, of course. Yeah, I remember loads about him. We were members, and they were in second division. We were already members. I've got my son's membership card from when he was 9 or 10. The figure of Beltran is the best person we've ever had in the team, without a doubt. What do you think he did well? Everything. He did everything well. He was great with people, kind. He was dedicated. He was really warm. Everybody would talk really well about him. He would just talk to us. We were just fans going to the stadium. I mean, they're not doing that anymore, are they? Well, thank you very much for talking to us today. There you go. Those are the impressions of Aina there, who thinks that Mallorca will win and that Real Sociedad are missing a spark. Yes, exactly. Today's victory, potential victory, would be dedicated to Dr. Beltran, for sure.
Beltrán, y si antes escuchábamos ovación, Damián, ahora me ha sonado algo diferente, algo distinto a esta ovación.
Así es, música de viento, un eufemismo para hablar de la pitada que
Yes,
lógicamente se ha
so
llevado
a
por
bit of
nota Real,
wind
que
music.
respalda
That's a bit of a
calidad, que
euphemism
todavía
that
no
we
son
could
3
say to
porteros, sin
describe
duda
the
en ese sentido
whistling
la música de
protest
viento
that we
habría
just heard
sido
against the
menor.
Real
Por
Sociedad
cierto, además
players who
había
just
llenado de toda la grada,
got
todavía
their
falta por
warm-up for
llenarse,
tonight.
pero sí que es verdad que
There's still lots
se
of
ha
room in the
llevado
stadium so
como un
far.
triunfo
However,
gordo,
people are
una
starting
pitada
to
la
take their
Real Sociedad en
positions
su
now.
calentamiento cuando, aguántame José, tenemos a Pablo Ortiz. ¿Qué tal, Pablo? Muy buenas. Bueno, sí, estamos con Pablo Ortiz, director de
And
fútbol. Lo
Pablo
primero de
Ortiz,
todo,
good
Pablo, enhorabuena por tu
evening to you.
renovación. ¿Qué
First of all,
supone
congratulations
estar
for your
vinculado por 3 años más a
contract
la entidad?
renovation. What does it mean to be linked to the club for 3 more years? Well, to be honest, I'm really happy with the relationship with the club. Really proud to still be in Mallorca with all of you, with all the fans. And we started this project 4 seasons ago. We're giving it continuity, and we
¿Cuáles
hope
son los
that it
motivos
works
por los
out and
cuales
we're
Pablo
still in
Ortiz ha decidido
the
renovar
first
su
division
contrato con
then.
el Mallorca?
What was your main reasons for deciding to stay? Well, both on a personal and a professional level. My expectations have been met, and if you're happy and fulfilled with the place, then why break that? The president's happy with me, and I'm happy with him, so let's go.
¿Qué partido esperas en el día de hoy?
So what do you expect from the match today? Well, we expect a really tough rival. We hope for a balanced match. We've already played them both in the La Liga and in the King's Cup, but with our people and with our stadium today, hopefully the 3 points are enough from above. So could this be a rehearsal for the King's Cup match? Well, I think all matches are really different. We're focused on this one now. Well, thank you very much, and let's hope that we can get those 3 points today. So words there from Pablo Ortiz, the football and sporting director. So very relieved for us as well, because we had that doubt whether he was going to remain or not right until the end, but in the end he is. So we can be very happy about that. Yes, Pablo Ortiz again. What do we think of him? He's always trying to uncover some hidden gems as footballers in the winter and summer markets, such as Kyle Larin. Also, there, for instance, obviously, no, we didn't need any presentation from him. Yes, I congratulated him for his renovation with the club.
Su fichaje, su trabajo, yo creo que vino a coste cero y lo vende por 30 millones. Entonces,
I think it was a very cheap purchase, and then you're able then to sell it at that 30 million. And that's the kind of thing that allows you to then buy players such as Sergio Rivera. So, I mean, congratulations to him, and I hope that he's with us for many more years. In my time, every 2 or 3 years, there was like 2 or 3 Serbians on the team. I mean, I don't see that so often anymore. There was always some Balkans, and a couple of Serbians, and a Kosovan now. I mean, I think we're doing pretty well. So I guess you kind of think the same. Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough gig. You've got to find the ideal player that can slot into the team very well, and you've also got to think about money. I mean, I think the easy thing is to make a mistake and for it to go wrong, right? Yeah, because apart from getting it right, it's all about getting to know the person, making the decision. And it's always your problem, it's your responsibility if you make a mistake with who you decide to hire. Of course, and then if things don't work out, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad player, of course. There was a player that Madrid signed for over 50 million euros, and then just things didn't work out like they thought. And sometimes with things like that, you just never know. Griezmann, for example, best player, second best player of La Liga, I don't know, with Bellingham. Barca signed him. He didn't do a great job there, and then Atletico signed him, and look at him now, So, yes, anyway, thank you for today's fantastic work there. We're going to take advantage of this moment to go through a really, really quick ad break. We'll be back with you very, very soon with all the information today and ready for kickoff at 6:30 p.m. Don't go anywhere soon.
El temps que ens ha tocat viure és la meva vida. I ara sé com la vull viure.
Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. Air Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
¿Qué tal? Pues ya estamos de vuelta. Ha sido una pausa muy breve en este Real Club Deportivo.
So we are back already, as we said, a really quick break. We are here on Play Red Live.
Después ya del Real Mallorca. Vamos a conectar de nuevo con Rocío. No sé si sigue fuera.
We're going to go back to Rocío. I don't know if she's still outside the stadium. Oh, there we go. She's inside the stadium now. Really, really quick sprint from her. So you've got some new people to speak to us. Exactly. Yes, I'm like a ninja around this stadium. So we're really in good company right now. Father and son here, and you were analysing Javier Aguirre's team. Yeah, it's good. I think at least he's brought on the two strikers, Marishi and Larin. That means that at least we'll have some presence at the top. I'm upset for Sociedad there. I feel bad for him. It is true that he's not having the same kind of performance that he did in Español, but I guess that it's all about just trusting him, placing more confidence in him. So what do you think of the two strikers formation? yeah, I hope that we are able to see some goals today.
Xerràvem avui un poc de la Real Sociedad de com arriba. Hi ha molta gent que me diu que les sensacions no són tan bones, tot i que estiguin...
A lot of people are saying to me today they don't think that Real Sociedad are at their best moment. Do you share that opinion? Well, Real Sociedad, maybe they're not at their, they definitely will be exhausted. They've already played this week, but they're an amazing team. I definitely wouldn't be complacent. I mean, I hope it can go well for us. Yeah, exactly. We should never be too confident, especially not against Real Sociedad. I think an added difficulty today will be to choose the right strategy to win the match and the right tactics. Yeah, I'm sure that Aguirre has studied it very well. And yeah, I'm confident that it's going to go well. It is true that the absence today will probably be for Problema Feo. Yes, I've seen that he is back running. And I hope it's true. I hope that he is back ready to play soon because, he's a player that I think that gives a lot to the team. So we have our pirate back as well. We finally saw him score again since he's been back from his injury. What are you feeling about him? Well, any header that you centralize to him, he's going to be able to do it, right? I think today could be his day again. Okay, so what's your prediction? 1-0. 2-0, go on. So, Jose, what are you thinking? What's your prediction? Well, by the way, I actually got the last prediction right. I said 2-1 with 1 goal in extra time. Yes, that's true. Well done. And I even said that Mauricio was going to score. However, I didn't specify that he was going to be the one who scored in extra time. But yeah, it's all on film. It's all recorded. I'll show you later. Don't worry. But yeah, I'll say 2-1. Obviously, we know we want to win, but 2-1 as well. So there you go. Johan said exactly the same as me. So there you go. I've got the master here. 1-0. So today we're going to win. That is the most important thing. We'll be asking Damian about his prediction very soon. However, we're going to go and take a look at the stats between two midfielders. But of course, not to break with tradition, he was saying how he missed Sergi Darder, the fan that we were talking to just now. And that is exactly who we chose to compare today with Merino. And of course, now we can't because Sergi Darder is not a starter today.
Con Mikel Merino. Son 26 pases clave en lo que va de liga del Mago de Artà por 10 de Mikel Merino, futbolista de los mejores centrocampistas de la liga.
26 passes from Darder versus only 10 from Merino. He's one of the best midfielders in La Liga playing for Real Sociedad, but there you go. There are still these kind of things that can make a difference.
De Mikel Merino, 21 regates por 16 del centrocampista de la Real, 14 recuperaciones también en defensa, supera a Mikel Merino, Sergi Darder.
14 recoveries as well on the point, 9 for Merino, 3 each, and dribbling 21 Sergi Darder, 16 for Merino. So there you go. So if we look at that, even though it's not the best season for Sergi Darder, he's still ahead of Merino in many important statistics. Perhaps we're a bit, we put a lot of pressure on him, right? Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, we want the quickest results possible. We want, we've always been like that. Of course, and more than 2 goals, then we want 3 goals. Larin as well, we kept pressure on him to score, of course. It's the same thing as with Darder, you know. You know, I think that with players, when they find their top point, then I think because we've seen what he's capable of, we always want the best from him. But I mean, the stats are really clear and they're really positive. Yeah, I mean, he's a great player. His signing was really mediatic for us. It's not a bad year for him right now. But I think we did expect more from him. But, you know, it's a thing of circumstance. He's not performing at where we hoped he would for several reasons. But also, an important thing is that he's coming back from injury. And he hasn't played many minutes this year either. But yes, we know that he is an incredible player. Look at the images there now on the screen of different fans. Let's see if today the stadium is key for us once again. So now, Damian, tell us what's happening on the pitch now. And I think that Granada versus Almeria is over as well, right? Yes, let's go to that first. So 1-1 between Granada and Almeria. So a not satisfying result for either team, really. But it does benefit the teams that are ahead of them on the board. Especially Cadiz, who at the moment mark the relegation zone. They will definitely have celebrated that draw between Granada and Almeria. So that's that massive first promotion for today. Is that the one at hand, Mallorca versus Real Sociedad? Predrag Rajkovic was the first player to go into the locker room. And now, as per usual, there's a couple of strikers still on the pitch. Marishi Larin shooting against Cuellar. That was a really long shot from Marishi there. Almost like from his house.
A ver si hoy moja el pirata que ya se marcha, también lo hace Kyle Larin al mismo tiempo.
And now Marishi and Kyle Larin are starting to make their way off the pitch, as well as Real Sociedad's players. So all we can do now is to wait just 10 minutes until kickoff and 2 minutes until the demon show. So Marishi there, as soon as I said about the long shot, went back for another shot and he whacked it straight into the back of the net. So what's your prediction for today, Damian? Well, I did think about 2-1, then I thought 1-0. So I'll have to go 3-0. A festival, absolute festival of scoring goals. Let's see if it happens. Well, I don't know if Rocío is with anybody else to talk to right now. Yes, there we go. She's got a huge group of them. Yes, there we go. Huge group of young fans. So this is, they're not all this woman's children, just these two at the front. So what do you think about the match today? Well, really important, especially looking towards the semi-final of the King's Cup. Let's see if we can get 3 points today, and that way we can start to warm up for the match. So you're really excited, right? What do you think of the match today? Good. I hope that we win and take away those 3 points. They're so important, right? Especially against Real Sociedad, a really good team. Yeah. So more people that want to speak over here. Marishi, can you give me your shirt? So that's your aim today. Yes, I want it first. So Samu, can I have your shirt? There you go. But you can't make it any clearer than that. Yes, there you go. And no, not even a question mark, guys. It's just an imperative sentence. Samu, I'm getting it. Like, then there's no other option. So why do you like Samuel Costa so much? Why do you like Santa? Yeah, I do. Well, there you go, speechless, because we're so excited. He does want the shirt, and he does know that he's his favourite player. Maurici is very good. Well, he will score today. There we go. There's no doubt about it around here. Maurici will be scoring again. And we're just going to cut off here because the Demons are starting. Really well timed. I mean, you can't even write that down. There we go, the countdown for another week of the Demons show here in the stadium. So let's have a listen of this and enjoy.
Ese show previo tan emocionante como siempre.
So there we go, the game show as exciting as ever, just as it started to get dark in the Sun Mallorca Stadium. Kickoff due in 6 minutes time. Things really starting to heat up here, ready for kickoff. Let's just go over the lineup really quickly, as it's also being called out for these speakers too. So we've got Pedro Brajkovic in goal today on your screen right now. Line of 5 is with Gio Gonzalez on the left and Jaume Costa on the right wing. 3 central defenders by Martin Valiant, Antonio Raillo and Matias Sánchez. 3 midfielders, Samuel Costa in the middle with Antonio Sánchez and Danny Wood either side of him. And striking today, 2 men that want to score. If their life depends on it, it kind of does. Let Maurici and Laren.
Eso es también la ovación para el canadiense por parte de la Real Sociedad. Saldrá Imanol Alguacil con Remiro en la portería. Defensa de
So Iguacil is coming out with Remiro in goal. Line of 4 in defense. Traoré, Zubimendi.
Con Martín Zubimendi, con Brais Méndez y con Mikel Merino. Takefusa Kubo, muy querido por el mallorquinismo.
And Lenormand on the line of 4 in defense was Galan. Midfield for Brais Méndez, Zubimendi and Merino. And Zakarian there on one of the wings. Sadiq on the other side and Takefusa striking today.
Bastante claras aquí en el partido de Copa y que no las aprovechó. Esperemos que hoy no tenga sed de venganza, ¿no? Que seguramente la tiene, pero que no le entre en el día de hoy. Todavía se están retirando algunos Dimonis cuando también vemos a un grupo de niños, ¿no? De la fundación también esperando para hacer una foto con
lots of children from the Real Mallorca Foundation.
De juego, avisamos también de que se va a realizar, que se va
waiting to take an official picture there on the field. We're now going to have a minute's silence because of Dr. Beltran, his honour, who passed away yesterday, ex-Mallorca president. 1995-1998, really well loved by all people involved with Mallorca team. Refereeing today is Pablo González Puertas Asturian. Miguel Ángel Ortiz Arias will be on VAR. González Cortés has given us 6 victories, 6 draws, and 6 defeats to Real Mallorca. He refereed our 5-3 defeat to Girona this season. I also just remember that there was a lot of time wasting in that match, and there was no extra time given in the first half. That's what my takeaway from that match, to be honest.
Y luego también el Almería 0, Mallorca 0. Son los partidos que nos ha arbitrado esta temporada Pablo González Fuertes, que como curiosidad nos ha arbitrado 10 en casa y solo hemos perdido una vez contra el Betis. Eso sí, con 2 penaltis. No sé si lo recordaráis vosotros o los espectadores, pero con 2 penaltis a Fekir, que bueno, que no tiene un buen recuerdo la gente de González Fuertes aquí en el Estadio Mallorca Somos. Ahí lo tienen ahora revisando a Gio. Por cierto, Damián, hoy el Mallorca sale, bueno, y también va a hacerlo la Real, ¿no? Antes de empezar el partido con unas camisetas.
So Mallorca and Real Sociedad have a pretty special shirts today, right?
Tipografía en letras especiales en japonés. Lo comentaba antes,
Yes, we've got Mallorca shirts with the names in Japanese.
Por ejemplo, Samu Costa, que son 2 letras, ¿no? Es decir, que son
Samu Costa, for example, is just 2 characters.
Especial, peculiar, la que sale hoy el Mallorca en la
So it's definitely a really interesting choice.
Damián, hay que aprender un poquito de japonés. Yo veo claramente que pone Samu, no Samu Costa.
Of course, none of us actually know Japanese. Maybe Samu Costa with the 2 characters is only Samu. Martin Valjean's M. Valjean. I mean, come on, it's not that difficult. Yes, sorry, I forgot that you were a doctor in Japanese from Cambridge University.
Bueno, también nosotros teniendo en cuenta el patrocinador Taika, con esas letras en japonés, no van a jugar todo el partido con esa camiseta, pero sí que ahora para la foto con los niños de la fundación la van a llevar puesta. Curioso también, y también por tener un detalle, ¿no? Con toda la afición asiática que nos sigue desde Asia. Por lo tanto, buen detalle. Vemos ahí a la afición con las bufandas al viento, al aire,
So we
también
can see
las
the fans
banderas,
with their scarves in the air.
De fondo ya por megafonía, aquí en el Estadio Mallorca Somos, esos gritos de Mallorca, Mallorca a capela. La Real
So Mallorca being chanted a cappella around the stadium.
El Mallorca antes se hará esa foto con los niños de la fundación. Veíamos el saludo entre Javier Aguirre y Paul Lorente, que hoy no estará en el banquillo porque fue expulsado en el último
Paul Lorente will
partido.
not be on the bench today. He was sent off after a title between him and the title held last week, as well as the doctor, in fact. What very friendly greeting there between Javier Aguirre and the Real Sociedad coach. In fact, I've never seen any coaches that aren't very fond of Javier Aguirre.
Yo creo que él nació con esta sonrisa, ¿eh?
Sí. Bueno, habría que verlo dentro del vestuario, que yo creo que en algún momento, cuando tiene que quitar la sonrisa, la quita, ¿eh?
Pero mira, siempre cuando le ves, está de buen humor,
Sí, desde luego.
También importante.
Desde luego.
Transmite,
Pues ahora sí, perdón, Joan, porque ahora sí, vamos a respetar este minuto de silencio por Bartomeu.
Minutes of silence now for Dr. Bartomeu Beltrán.
Nos sumamos también al aplauso, piel de gallina, la verdad. Me encanta cuando se respeta con ese silencio absoluto, que no siempre es posible, ¿no? Pero desde luego todo el mallorquinismo afectado por esta pérdida. Para él tiene que ser este partido, para él tiene que ser la victoria, y si no es victoria, que sea al menos dejar una buena imagen y que la afición esté con el equipo en todo momento, que es lo que él querría. Pues momento emocionante el que hemos vivido en memoria de Bartomeu Beltrán. presidente, como decimos, del Mallorca entre 1995 y 1998, a quien conocía muy bien.
So emotional moment there for Bartomeu Beltrán, classic figure in the history of the club. And there goes the starting whistle. So long pass from the Mallorca defence. Larin now recovering the ball. There's been a foul, Antonio Sanchez.
¿Qué partido esperáis? Que al final no hemos hablado muy bien de... se supone que el Mallorca no suele esperar atrás muchas veces a sus rivales, se siente cómodo ahí. La Real presiona muy arriba, es de los equipos que más rápido recuperan tras pérdida.
But we know that Real Sociedad is one of the teams that recover the ball the quickest. However, today we do have two strikers on our side.
Tú has visto lo que dijo el entrenador, pero claro, él no te va a decir lo que dice en vestuario a los jugadores, pero Mallorca en casa tiene que salir a presionar arriba. ¿Te acuerdas del partido contra Girona? Salimos muy tenso, presionar a Girona y metimos 3 goles. ¿Por qué no hacemos hoy? Porque Real también no viene 100% después de...
espera Larin dentro del área, a ver, la puede poner.
Larin is inside the goal-scoring area. He shoots, and it's going to be a corner. Oh, no. Offside, perhaps? Yes, offside.
La Real tiene un gasto importante en París, así que no viene 100%.
Os quería preguntar,
así que hay que presionar arriba, como están haciendo ahora.
Sí, ya lo vemos, que salimos a presionar su salida de balón para que tengan que precisamente hacer esto, jugar en largo, y ahí nos arriesgamos, ¿no? Quizás un poco a marcajes individuales, ¿no? A que sean duelos uno contra uno, pero es que se nos da bien este tipo de duelos.
Sí, en este tipo de
We are very good at these kind of one-on-one battles on the pitch.
Digamos que no son centrales sin experiencia, sí, son los 3 centrales tienen muchísima experiencia y sabe resolver este tipo de uno contra uno.
Es medio arriesgado, no sé, James, pero a la vez lo ha hecho en bastantes partidos. De hecho, contra el Girona lo hizo y ha demostrado que lo puede hacer a la perfección. ¿Puede haber algún error en algún momento? Sí, pero lo que te aporta, ¿no? El arriesgarte y que te salgan bien las cosas.
Claro, también es verdad que tú puedes salir a presionar, pero teniendo en cuenta de que si sabes bien cómo tantear la presión, lo más normal es que el 90% de las veces sales ganando. El problema es que ese índice de no salir bien o no presionar bien puede hacer que te metan hasta la cocina.
Uy, espérate que ataca el Mallorca, centro desde la derecha, despeja la defensa.
Mallorca on the attack now on the right-hand side, back to the defense.
El uruguayo lo intenta por segunda vez consecutiva, ahora bloquearon su centro, saque de banda para el Mallorca, se viene arriba Somos.
No es lo mismo cuando se recupera.
And there's a throw-in for Mallorca. Somos right now on fire.
Digamos su campo, que recuperar ahí, porque es más peligroso cuando se
a ver, la hemos puesto al área, puede intentar el Mallorca el disparo.
Shoot from inside the goal-scoring area, and they score. What a goal! The Phoenix of Mallorca brings Mallorca 1-0 up in the first 3 minutes. Shot with his left foot. It's Antonio Sanchez, minute 4 of the match. Mallorca 1, Real Sociedad 0. What a goal.
Digamos en el campo contrario y cuando presiones digamos el campo propio, sí.
Le pega justo en la línea del área grande.
Después de una presión, llega el gol después de una presión.
A ver, aquí lo veremos, porque estaba también preparado Jaume Costa para pegarle con la derecha. Fíjate, le iba a pegar Jaume Costa con la derecha
y Antonio con la izquierda. Y tercer gol de la temporada para Antonio Sánchez, el segundo de manera consecutiva.
Third goal for the season for Antonio Sanchez, second consecutive one after the one he scored against Rayo Vallecano the other day.
Pues su tercer gol, que por cierto supone el primer gol en fuera del área del Mallorca en lo que vamos de temporada.
Por eso me estaba fijando.
Which also means and constitutes the first goal for Mallorca from outside the goal-scoring area in the whole of the season.
Desde fuera del área. Bueno, ha habido ya cánticos de Antonio Sánchez. Este jugador de verdad no deja de sorprendernos. Falta ahora sobre Kyle Larin.
foul now on Kyle Larin, hence the shouts in the stadiums. Well, in fact, there wasn't a foul whistled. Gubelia in pain, also Kyle Larin, because of that collision. Medical teams come on for both sides.
Él contaba como el club no a principio de pretemporada lo quería traspasar, pero bueno, al final se queda. Y mira lo que es fútbol.
Sí, sí, sí. La insistencia, ¿no? El creer en ti mismo, el trabajo, el esfuerzo y el aprovechar las oportunidades.
Sí, aprovechar su oportunidad.
Y ya no con goles, porque solo por el trabajo ya se merecía estar ahí.
No, la verdad que desde el inicio jugó todo menos su posición, porque yo creo que es el más un jugador de medio, pero jugó de lateral, jugó de extremo, ahora también juega en medio, porque seguro el míster cuando le dice, mira, hoy va a jugar de lateral, no dice nada, pero hay jugadores que dicen, mira, yo no te puedo jugar hoy de lateral. O de no sé qué, o de central, o de delantero, no que sé. Pero él juega de todo. Bueno, la verdad que es... me alegro mucho.
Pero es que la imagen ahora mismo del Infern, Damián, yo creo que no suele ser habitual lo que estamos viendo ahora.
No, de hecho suele ser más habitual en la grada de nuestro rival de hoy, la Real Sociedad.
Eso es.
Ese salto de espaldas hacia el campo, y la verdad sí, nos ha dejado una bonita estampa. Por cierto, José, te comento que en la Real, ya por precaución, está calentando John Pacheco, que es central, que...
Si tuviera que sustituir a Zubeldia.
Porque de momento Zubeldia, que sigue siendo atendido todavía en el suelo de rodillas, eso es. Ahora se pone de pie el 5 de la Real Sociedad.
Es en la nariz, ¿no?
So Real Sociedad's number 5 is now back on his feet after that collision. He is touching his nose. There's a towel on his face right now. The hemorrhage has been stopped. But it does seem that it's just going to remain a bit of a painful collision to the nose, but nothing more than that, thankfully. So it's head on head because Kyle Larin was clutching the back of his head.
En los primeros 7-8 minutos se nota que la Real tuvo el partido de domingo, porque yo me acuerdo cuando el otro día contra Paris Saint-Germain han salido por todo más fuerte, más tensos, y hoy se ve que no están frescos.
You can tell today that they're not fresh right now. Well, that's what it looks like anyway.
Yo creo que muy pocos equipos están preparados para jugar las tres competiciones. Y la Real, bueno, Real Madrid, Barça, Valencia, pero un Real Sociedad le cuesta.
También es encarrilar, ¿no? Años. Cuando estás años jugando las tres competiciones es una cosa, pero cuando este año la juego, dentro de 2 o el año que viene no la juego, esta la vuelvo a jugar.
Sí. Ahora hay córner favorable a la Real Sociedad, que por cierto, ahora miraba yo la alineación en París. Quitando Barrenechea y Andrés Silva, el resto es que hoy son suplentes, el resto es el mismo equipo.
Apart from Barrenechea and David Silva, who are on the bench, the rest of the team is the team that came on against Paris Saint-Germain, so that has definitely will have something to do with it, exhaustion-wise.
Centro desde la derecha de los Churi Urdin, despeja el Mallorca, le cae la frontal. A ver, vaya presión, madre mía, de Antonio.
The pressure now
Sánchez.
From Antonio Sanchez.
Al final no pudo evitar que saliera de banda, pero vaya cambio de ritmo para llegar a la presión.
Mallorca lo que no tiene que hacer ahora es echarse mucho atrás. Sí, presionar bien.
What Mallorca really don't have to do now is fall back too much.
En la área esperar.
Claro, que no por ir por delante vayas a cambiar el planteamiento.
Tiene que presionar un poco para adelante.
Es quizás lo que pasó un poco en la segunda parte contra el Girona, que con ese también es verdad que era un 3-0 a favor. Entonces se vino un poquito para atrás, eso sumado a la expulsión de Raillo y el penalti pues hizo que se sufriera hasta el último minuto. Bueno, eso y lo de ser mallorquinista, que va en el ADN. Ahí está la apertura de la Real para Javi Galán. Llega al corte.
So the opening up now of Real Sociedad over to Javi Galán. Antonio Sanchez is there once again, crawling and creeping round to pass back to his teammate, back to Gio Gonzalez, who goes for a long pass to Kyle Larin. Kyle Larin loses possession. Recovery by Real Sociedad and Lenormand. Javi Galán now. Over to Zubimendi, who has managed to stop his nosebleed and continue. That's a foul in favor of Mallorca now. So, Damian, what's it looking like on the bench so far? Antonio Sanchez has gone to celebrate it in front of the 1916 part of the stands. Well, I think that's definitely our goal. I mean, we've scored few consecutive goals in that goal and in those goal posts. Well, we'll have to have a look at those stats in a minute. Well, unfortunately, we didn't manage to score against Betis. But against Rayo Vallecano and Real Sociedad, yes, I think they did come in those goal posts. But it seems to be leaning in our favor. So there you go. Next time you interview Pablo Ortiz, then you'll have to say for them to give put another 1916 part of the stands on the other side of the pitch to balance them out. All over to Real Sociedad now, controlled by Lenormand. The combination on the left-hand side, Javi Galán, who sits the second post. Takekubo controlling with his right foot. Takekubo now, let's see what he can do. Shoots, and a great save. Predrag Rajkovic manages to save in style. He's raised up to his level. We've got so used to seeing Predrag Rajkovic at an incredible level of performance. That was almost a penalty for Takekubo there because there were so many people that should be there defending, but they were out of the outside the involvement range. What an amazing save there for him. Great save from Rajkovic, which was of course very important. When you have the confidence like that from a goalkeeper, that's always such a huge advantage.
Cuando se recupera el balón, los laterales tienen que salir más rápido y Larín tiene que ir a correr.
He has to be quicker though, and Larin has to go out for the ball straight away. Yeah, exactly. If Larin comes out, he's leaving gaps.
En una o dos recuperaciones vinieron 5 jugadores a buscar el balón. Uno o dos tiene que desmarcar. También los carriles tienen que desmarcar. ¿Ves? Todo parado, todo parado.
Ellos presionan muy arriba.
And it's all stopped right now. But we're struggling to get out of that place there. But it's true that Real Sociedad are very good at doing what they're doing right now. And that, of course, is why they are where they are in La Liga.
Tienes que tener esa confianza de saber que vas a conseguir recuperar, porque si no, vamos, te quedas vendido.
Esto es un trabajo de entrenador.
Espera, porque vuelve a atacar la Real por el costado izquierdo.
Real Sociedad on the attack once again, the left-hand side. Antonio Raillo manages to clear it this time, thank goodness. Marishi now opening up to the left-hand side. Jaume Costa. Raude facing. Bit of a misunderstanding there between Raillo. I had to look at him 3 times there, but yes, Raillo was there doing a strange kind of striker's job. Not very good on the sending though that time. Villa now over to Traore. Had to move back. Mallorca still waiting on their half. Change of direction now for Real Sociedad. Samu Costa reaches the cut. So Damian, you're not singing anything for us yet. This is a good one to sing. Hang on. Yeah, of course I've got all my earpieces in and I can't get my notes out. I won't be in tune. Real Sociedad have the ball inside the goal scoring area. They shoot and out it goes. Omar Sadiq with his left foot slightly unbalanced.
Desviado, se había quedado mirando ya Predrag Rajkovic porque no llegaba o porque sabía que eso se iba fuera, que también puede ser. Pero era un balón filtrado por encima de la defensa. Toque con el pecho y Omar Sadiq que recorta dos veces y luego mientras está cayendo le pega con la izquierda algo desviado. El toque con el pecho es de Mikel Merino, que también qué mala baba tiene. Buenísima la intención o malísima según la mires.
Really good intentions there from Real Sociedad, unfortunately.
Son peligrosos, hay que estimar sobre todo mucho. También si te fijas como el marcaje de Raillo sobre Omar, como de vez en cuando le va metiendo la mano, le va fijando.
The marking of Raillo over Omar.
Sabe jugar con ese límite, ¿no? El no pasarte para que no te puedan pitar absolutamente nada.
Esos detalles te dan la seguridad que tiene el Mallorca en defensa, ¿no? Al fin y al cabo la experiencia es lo que te hace.
I think those little details are what really shows Mallorca's quality in defense. There's a really high chance that you will not concede any goals in the match. I think sometimes, obviously, you can expect mistakes. But yes, we definitely saw that last season. So many 1-0s at home. But I definitely think that the defense without Raillo is just not the same. So central shot from Real Sociedad now.
¿Qué sensaciones tenéis para ese partido de sé que toca liga, sé que toca liga, pero ¿qué sensaciones
So how are you feeling for the match in the second round of the Kings Cup semi-final?
También por delante, lleva 5 partidos sin marcar, tiene Champions, Liga, Copa, hace muchos años que no ganamos ahí y eso a mí en parte me
We haven't won in Anoeta for a very long time. And I feel like it's a very important day and that's going to be the day we break the statistic. I think until you reach that date, you can't say anything. It depends how you are on that precise week. There's so many aspects that you need to take into account. Mallorca have gone on the counter-attack very quickly, but no, they've lost possession. They have to go back and repeat that, in fact.
Para el Mallorca será todo o nada, como ha dicho el chico antes, es como esa sensación, ¿no? En la que te da, al fin y al cabo, la Real yo creo que también está un poquito más acostumbrado los últimos años en llegar a semifinales. Copa del Rey a lo mejor no le interesa tanto, sí, pero
de hecho la ganó hace nada.
Pero en ese sentido al Mallorca es otro tipo de aroma, otro tipo de ambiente.
A ver si sube también el ambiente ahora más todavía con esta falta. A ver si llega.
So let's see if the atmosphere can rise against Damian Rodriguez. Goes towards the goal scoring area. 2 Mallorca players there were about to be able to rebound that, but it's going to be a corner in the end.
6 goles en contra, balón parado de la Real Sociedad, 2 de ellos de córner.
So 6 goals we have scored against Real Sociedad so far. 2 of them have been from corner, and 8 goals have come from free kicks in La Liga for Mallorca this season. So Damian, get ready, because if this does end in a goal near you, it's very close to you, it's going to be electric. Dani Rodriguez, who shoots towards the penalty point. Sadiq combs it. And Gio just missed it there. It bounced off his right ankle, unfortunately, and went out. Yeah, Sadiq there, that was a mistake on his behalf. He looked like he was playing for us. Well, I know that Sadiq is a great player, but there are things about him as a player that were mistakes, even when he was in the other teams as well. But I don't know who just fouled. I don't know if that was even the referee, actually, that just crashed against one of the players. Because it's true, or maybe even on his own, because it's true there were no Real Sociedad players near him. However, if it was on his own, then it was because he was dodging González Fuertes. Marishi is now asking for a foul. The referee says no, let's play go on. So much cheering and support here in the stadium into Predrag Rajkovic's hands. I think if Mallorca win today, we are going to be 9 points away from the relegation zone, and that is one of the things that counts the most right now. Real Sociedad right now, they're definitely letting their level go down. But even if they were at their best level, then, you know, Mallorca have done amazing matches this season. They deserve to win in their first leg in Anoeta, for instance. Yeah, the thing is, this season we are perfectly capable of beating any kind of team, but we're also capable of losing against any type of team. And it's Dani Rodriguez who is on the ground right now. There's another really clear foul there that's not being whistled. That's not going to go down well in the stadium. Tony Amor has gone to speak to the referee, to the linesman, sorry, very, very quickly. That did look like a very unwarranted shove there. And there you go, finally the whistle there for one of the fouls celebrated all around the stadium. González Fuertes tells Kyle Larin not to talk to him. He's making some gestures towards him to say, you know, leave me alone. I don't want to know.
No lo sabemos, ¿eh?
No lo sabemos, al fin y al cabo. Pero bueno, Larin no tiene pinta de ser uno de esos que lo diga de buenas, ¿eh?
Creo que cuando sí, exacto, cuando se enfada, se enfada.
However, Kyle Larin is definitely a force to be reckoned with. He does seem like the kind of player that when he's annoyed, he's definitely annoyed. So Real Sociedad there tried to start breaking away. 24 and a half minutes gone now.
De moda también de la temporada, aunque no pasa por su mejor momento, 5 partidos sin marcar,
one of the trendiest teams in La Liga right now, even though they're not at their best moment in their history. Especially after that defeat, unfortunate defeat for them against Paris Saint-Germain the other day. Long ball over to Murici. Especially because the PSG goal arrived when Real Sociedad were one player down. So Real Sociedad on the attack now once again. Zacarias. Antonio Sanchez sends it down to Kyle Larin, who is battling against Robert and Lenormand. And what an atmosphere in the stadium right now. We say it every time. That image that we had after the goal of everybody jumping with their backs to us there, which is an amazing piece of footage. So these are the kind of things that annoy us as Mallorca fans. There was a foul that had just happened, exactly the same to one of the Mallorca players, and the referee has gone and whistled that one. Extremely frustrating there. Lenormand and Zubeldia. Zubeldia controlling the ball, no pressure there. He'll open up to the to the right hand side, sorry. Take Kubo on Bryce. Bryce opening up to the right hand side now. Real Sociedad struggling to find some gaps to work through. Patience from L'Oreal now. Now they do find a way through to Kubo, but Kubo loses the ball. Kyle Larin recovers the ball from Mallorca there, moving ahead from the defense.
Otra falta que se inventa González Fuertes y no me he equivocado con el verbo, no estoy exagerando. Perfecta.
So another foul that González Fuertes has clearly just made up there on the pitch. A foul that nobody else has seen apparently.
Pero pone de su parte para pitarla. No se la ha inventado porque sí hay un agarrón en la camiseta de Take Kubo.
However, there was a grabbing motion on Take Kubo's shirt. That is true. We couldn't see that from our perspective. To the central part of the goal-scoring area. Good work from Kyle Larin. Jaume Costa clears it now.
Sí, ahora se acerca Murici corriendo al banquillo, no sé si para solicitar algo. No, está hablando con Tony Amor, porque también se habían levantado corriendo los servicios médicos del Mallorca, preocupados por si el Pirata necesitaba algo, pero nada, ahora ya vuelve a la posición de delantero, sino simplemente ha ido a hablar con Tony Amor.
Ahí ya vuelve Vedat Murici, por cierto, sí, era juego peligroso, levantaba bien bastante la plancha Umar Sadik.
Hablando de Murici también, físicamente ahora está mejor. ¿Te acuerdas del partido cuando salió contra Girona? Ha mejorado muchísimo.
Villarreal allí también jugó unos minutos. Sí.
Ahora que un buen trabajo de Mister porque le dio minutos cuando más
Good work from Javier Aguirre, of course, because he started giving Kyle Larin the minutes to play when he needed them the most.
Creo que era Villarreal allí.
Es que se veía que físicamente, ya se ve que está mucho mejor.
Sí, bueno, de hecho esta semana hemos podido hablar con él. Nos comentaba el tema de su celebración. A ver ahora la pared de Vedat
But Mauricio now, who doesn't seem to be able to move past.
Decía que hemos hablado con él esta semana y nos comentaba que sí, que había entrado 15 minutos en los últimos 3 partidos desde el banquillo, pero es que no es lo mismo, es que como que no sabía salir desde el banquillo, ¿no? Que le costaba entrar desde el banquillo y que el otro día fue titular por primera vez y ya fue diferente. Ha habido amarilla, Damián.
Exacto, para Antonio Sánchez, la tercera.
There's been a yellow card now for Antonio Sanchez, the third yellow card for today for Antonio Sanchez for an action against Javi Galan, who immediately accepted it and apologized.
Pues a veces lo ves sin actitud, pero luego te clava gol. Porque el otro día en la rueda de prensa Aguirre dice, mira, lo quería sustituir.
Aguirre said in the press conference the other day that he wanted to replace Antonio Sanchez, but that he left him on. So he is that kind of player who can foul people, but then he'll go in really sneakily and manage to score a goal.
Pero sirvió para que se quedara Veda Murici y marcara ese
Hay que salir un poco, hay que salir.
Sí, no, de momento el Mallorca prefiere esperar, aguantar en su propio terreno de juego. Ya hemos superado la primera media hora de partido. Gana el Mallorca 1-0 a la Real Sociedad.
And Mallorca still 1-0 up. 31 minutes gone now.
Tiene que va regateando bien Zakarian, pero al final hacia su propio terreno de juego.
Por suerte para el Mallorca en esas transiciones que hacen de filtrar mucho balón dentro. Desde mi punto de vista, los bandas como Zakarian, eso de intentarse girar de primeras, muchos toques, ralentiza el juego, hace que se coloque con más facilidad.
So a lot of those small touches on the ball slow down the action so much. So a bit of a collision there with one of the strikers. Yeah, so they are managing to filter those passes, but always backwards.
Pero es verdad que viene ¿cómo se dice? La sintonía de la Real, ¿no? Que empieza poco a poco a empujarte a medida que todo el rato.
And it is that symphony of the Real Sociedad now they're starting to put the pressure on.
Y luego es lo que ha dicho también que es que roban rápido. Siguen atacando.
And also they're very, very quick at stealing the ball and they go on the attack straight away.
Sobre todo la manera en la que había caído, un poco desplomado. De hecho, los servicios médicos del Mallorca han salido volando a atender al serbio, que ya se encuentra bien, pero es cierto que por la caída, por la manera en la que había caído tras el choque con...
But it's true that the way that the player had gone down to the ground after that collision with Sadiq, it did seem that Rajkovic was going to be struggling with certain pains, but he does seem to be back on his feet and ready to go. Nastasic throwing at Rajkovic.
Pero bueno, que el golpe se lo ha llevado, que no es que se lo haya inventado, el golpe existía, pero tampoco tiene prisa.
Claro, lo importante es que la Real no tenga ritmo, parar el partido, hacer un partido lento.
Además, si González Fuertes sigue el criterio del partido contra el Getafe, ahora mismo se podría perder 15 minutos, ¿no? Que no añadiría nada. ¿No? Si sigue su propio criterio, porque lo del Getafe fue, vamos,
de locos.
Que ya lo dijimos ese día, el Getafe hace bien porque al final juega sus cartas, pero luego el colegiado pues tiene que saber compensarlo. La tiene el Mallorca, a ver si aguanta un pelín la posesión. Apertura ahora para Gio González. Gio, que tardó quizás un
Opening up to Gio González.
El desmarque de Antonio Sánchez. Le aplaude ahora el mallorquín al uruguayo. Será saque de banda para el Mallorca. En la posición
applause to the Uruguayan player.
La línea divisoria. Gio González que no encuentra apoyos. A ver quién se la pide. Viene Veda Murici. Para él va a ser el balón. Veda Murici de primera la pierde.
Vedat Murici now loses the ball though. Takekubo intercept.
No va a poder superar segundo. Sí lo consigue Takekubo. Cuidado que se mete dentro del área. Lo que intentaba hacer ahí. Takekubo, una croqueta dentro del área.
Takekubo there trying to go through in the goal scoring area, but finally stopped by a defense. It's a 2 against 3 right now. Larin's asking for it in the center of the pitch. The ball falls to Mallorca, shoots, and just over the crossbar. That attempt there from Dani Rodriguez. It was a close call.
Acompañó bien la jugada Dani Rodríguez por si precisamente pasaba esto, ¿no? que caía un balón muerto ahí atrás. Le pegó con el
Danny Rodriguez did a really good job, and he was there ready to go for it in case the opportunity arises. That was one of the closest near misses of the season for sure.
Era el único equipo que no había marcado fuera del área. Porque vaya 2 chutes en el gol y ahora este de Dani Rodríguez.
Sí, sí, tal cual, que por cierto, confirmadísimo que hemos visto una repetición desde el lateral, que el gol de Antonio es desde fuera del área,
And now, just watching back Antonio Sanchez's goal, we can confirm that the goal came from way outside the goal scoring area.
Lo ves ayudando al lateral, pues la verdad que el chico cada partido tras partido está subiendo el nivel.
¿Veis que duerme bien luego por la noche?
Yo pienso que sí.
¿Cómo has dormido tú, James? Porque ayer corriste y supongo un poquito, ¿no? Sobre todo esa segunda parte con lo menos.
Yo rapidito, caí
tú eres estrellita de no, que corran los otros.
No.
Que Giovanni era así, que lo dijo un día aquí, que Vicente, o lo dijo Vicente, perdón. Vicente Conga dice, yo corría también, le decía quédate arriba, que corro yo por ti. Pero que salía de él, no que tú dijeras que no corrías.
Que va, yo soy muy implicado, tío.
No lo dudaba.
Teniendo a Vicente en medio campo no necesitaba volver, claro. Porque él no se movía, se va a todos.
Un poco tener a Samu Costa, ¿no?
Sí, más o menos. También Costa, a lo mejor no ve. A lo mejor no ves su trabajo, pero
habría que preguntarle a los compañeros de los denses si de verdad es lo que está diciendo James. Claro, ahora hay que fiarse, ¿sabes?
Me tiran al
Me
tiran el primero.
El mister seguro que
el primero. Sí, vamos, y tranquilito.
A ver, ha sacado ya el Mallorca. La pelea va a Murici.
So Mallorca have now started play again.
Y creo que ha estado ahora muy bien el colegiado porque era fácil que le engañara.
Hay que soltar el balón.
Cuidado, que la tiene ni más ni menos que Take Kubo. Encarando, Take Kubo se mete dentro del área de disparo de Take.
Take Kubo now. He's inside the goal scoring area, shoots and scores. There's the first goal for Real Sociedad. Turns around and apologizes to the fans. What a detail, what a touch there from the Japanese player.
No era tan clara como para que ahora entre el VAR. Creo. Ahora la veremos repetida. Igual me calla la boca y ojalá sea falta que la haga Murici.
Hoy en el fútbol estas pérdidas son muy peligrosas. Sobre todo en medio campo cuando...
¿Qué ha pasado, Damián?
Pues es lo que estoy tratando de adivinar. Yo creo que la afición está precisamente solicitando esa falta previa a Vedat Murici. De hecho, ahora mira, está haciendo Aguirre el gesto, digamos, al árbitro de...
So Javier Aguirre right now is making a gesture towards the referee with his earpiece, as if to tell him to say to go back and look at that action.
Lo primero que ha hecho es ir a protestar tanto al asistente como al cuarto árbitro.
The first thing that Tackett did was go up and protest that foul. Yes, he's going up from Vedat Murici, but yes, it does look like he's going to give that goal.
Uy, espera, que todavía puede ser peor. La vuelve a tener Take en la misma posición. Ahora sí que llegó la ayuda.
Take Kubo still in possession.
Recupera el Mallorca.
No, pero esto es lo que te hablaba. Este tipo de
recovery from Mallorca now.
Sigue atacando la Real. Cuidado, es ahora Traoré. Encarando en el costado derecho. Puede poner el centro.
Traoré now. He could go for a central shot.
Se sale ahora el japonés del área mallorquinista. El centro o el disparo de Bryce, creo que era más un disparo potente, despejó la
shot from Bryce there.
Bryce abriendo para Traoré, de primeras con Kubo, encara Kubo, tiene
Bryce opens up to Traoré.
Tiene abierto a la derecha de nuevo a Traoré. Se piensa el pase, intentaba filtrar al centro del área Bryce. La perdió, pero llegó el rebote de nuevo al ex del Celta de Vigo. El balón que vuelve ahora para la defensa. Lenormand abriendo para Javi.
Ball that goes back to the defense.
De nuevo con el internacional español. Con Zubeldia. Zubeldia avanza metros.
Over to Zubeldia, who moves forward. Bryce gets there to receive the ball.
Miquel Merino el centro al área, despeja la defensa, Antonio Sánchez que no puede conectar con Kyle.
Cleared by the defence now. Antonio Sanchez can't quite manage to connect there with Kyle Larin, but Kyle Larin recovers. He's looking good. He's tearing down the pitch, passes over to Marishi, but that's got to be a foul. That has to be a yellow card. Yes, and that is a yellow card for Lenormand there. However, pretty good tackle by Lenormand.
Y sabes que no eres el último hombre, no te pueden sacar la roja.
Correcto. Pero es que es muy fea porque son varios metros en los que te va agarrando fuerte.
Sí, te agarra.
Sobre todo cuando juegas, tiene posición de balón y cuando juega arriba, sí que te pueden pillar y coger en contraataque y la manera, si no recupera balón, puedes hacer falta. Los entrenadores siempre revisan esto.
Que por cierto, bueno, ahora iremos para volver a comentar lo del gol. Antes, esta falta. A ver, porque la puede poner directamente al área el Mallorca, el centro de Dani Rodríguez al segundo palo. A ver si
so Mallorca, Dani Rodríguez now hits the second post. Can we comb it towards the goal scoring area? Yes, we can. Traoré was a bit too quick there. There could have been a foul on the sidelines, but the referee is not going to whistle that. It's very, very frustrating. I don't know the difference in criteria that there is, to be honest. Gio Gonzalez now playing with Vedat Marishi. Mallorca loses the ball and then he does whistle this foul. See, I don't understand. The Martin Valgent in pain there in that moment.
Del 24 del Mallorca, que como os digo, justo tras realizar el pase, ha hecho gestos de dolor.
Pues habrá que estar atentos porque la última jornada fue baja.
So we will have to be pretty mindful of that. Because Martin Valgent, of course, has just come off a knee injury. Mallorca now struggling to connect different passes.
Os quería decir eso, por ejemplo, en la falta que hemos dicho antes de que era inventada y que finalmente no era inventada porque había un pequeño agarrón en la camiseta de Cubo, sí es falta, pero en la que pierde Murici, que acaba en la acción de gol de la Real, es parecida a la que sí le ha pitado a Cubo antes. Entonces,
but yes, the foul that the referee is whistling and they're not whistling, they're all so similar that it's very difficult to understand the criteria of the referee here. Yeah, I think one day he needs to come and have a look at our leagues, you know, third divisions or the youth teams, to see how to referee there, to be honest.
A veces pitan la mano en área pita penalti, a veces, ¿no?
Yeah.
Es que vi un partido, no sé qué era Barcelona, lo tocó con la mano y no pita. Por ejemplo, a Mallorca, un día cuando el Sevilla cuando metió gol, pues sí que he pitado. Así que no, la verdad que o tiene que cambiar o porque la verdad que muchos equipos en general mucha gente se queja de esto. Pero bueno.
Sí, yo sobre todo eso. Si es en partidos diferentes, te lo compro, pero en el mismo partido...
Sí, tiene razón, tiene todo.
A ver, dentro del área ahora desde la banda de Jaume Costa.
Central of the goal scoring area now for Jaume Costa.
Pero vamos a ver. Vuelvo a decir lo mismo. Entiendo que la pueda pitar. Es falta.
But again, once again, I understand that he can whistle that foul, but then he's got to whistle the other fouls as well. You know, it's a small foul. It's not an obvious offence. You know, if that's a foul, then the one against Marishi is also a foul.
Y esto es lo que dijimos también uno de los últimos días, que creo que era con Munera Montero, que también a 2 partidos nos regaló aquí en el Estadio Mayor que somos, que esto hace que el futbolista se frustre, acabe protestando porque está en caliente, porque está bien.
And of course, all these things make the players get really annoyed and they start to protest things again.
acaba recibiendo encima tarjetas amarillas.
Y eso acaba siendo peor. La cuestión también es mantener, ¿no?, la cabeza fría, no entrar en el...
Eso.
Ahí es donde no...
Es que es difícil muchas veces.
Claro que es difícil, pero ahí es donde...
5 minutos de tiempo
El
añadido.
árbitro cuando pita no te va a cambiar
Hoy
opinión.
son 5 minutos de González
Y
Fuentes.
siempre hay entrenador o segundo entrenador, pero los jugadores no tienen que... Si no pierden la concentración.
A ver, el centro de la Real desde el córner tiene que salir Predrag Rajkovic. La desvía.
Central one from Real Sociedad. Predrag Rajkovic comes out to save, punches it out, but the danger is still there. Lots of Mallorca defenders.
Despeja, pide faltita, porque vuelve a ser faltita. Hay un empujón. Y no lo concede el
There's
colegiado.
another small foul. There is a shove though.
Pero es que es normal que la proteste.
And now it's a yellow card to Predrag Rajkovic.
Es que tú no puedes contra el
No
árbitro.
tiene que entrar, es verdad.
Ya te entiendo, ya te
No tiene que
entiendo.
entrar, pero es que lo indignado que estoy aquí, pues imagínate.
Sí, yo también.
It just shouldn't go there, and it shouldn't be right. But if they're going to whistle those fouls, then they should whistle every foul. It's only fair.
Con las mismas faltas, la misma acción, repetidas veces. Y nos estamos acostumbrando a ver esto aquí en Somos, porque ya te digo, es el tercer partido casi consecutivo que vemos cosas así. Y cuanto más te metes con él, más va a tener la actitud de aquí mando yo y ya veréis, ¿no? Que es la que tuvo Martínez Munuera.
No, la verdad que los árbitros en mi época y los de ahora no son igual. Antes eran, la verdad, que muy simpáticos, hablaban de ti, te avisaban, cuidado, porque ya tienes tarjeta. Ahora yo creo que ni hablan, no quieren hablar.
De la Real, que
son
se
muy, no la palabra chulo, pero sí que son
prepotentes.
Y sigue protestando, Rajkovic.
También eso va en la formación, ¿no? De ser serios, de que impongan, ¿no? De la estatura.
And I think it's all about as well the way that you have trained yourself with these kind of things. Because these things just don't have. It's not fair, and that is football. You need to try and be a mediator.
Decíamos, contra el Getafe no se añadió nada cuando se jugó aquí muy poquito en la primera parte y hoy ha añadido 5 minutos. Es verdad que está obligado a uno por gol.
So there is 5 minutes of extra time added. Of course, there are the compulsory 1 minute per goal scored.
Real Mallorca, Real Sociedad, que Barcelona, Atlético Madrid jugándose.
Uy, cuidado la pérdida del Mallorca. La puede tener Real, pero
Have to be careful now. Mallorca lose control of the ball. Antonio Sanchez really quick there to cut the action off again.
Bueno, pero ya aquí no es liarla, aquí es que no me creo que él mismo no esté viendo que las faltitas de un lado las está pitando y los del otro no. De verdad, no me creo que no lo sepa, lo siento.
But of course, I mean, I think that, the referee can't be that oblivious to the fact that he is whistling some fouls for Mallorca and then no fouls for the other team, I mean, it's an incredibly frustrating thing. There we go, there goes another one, look.
No tiene que entrar en pelea. Mira, una tarjeta, otra tarjeta.
Damián,
quedas con uno menos.
amarilla.
Sí, amarilla para el Capi, amarilla para Raillo, la segunda que ve.
Yeah, a yellow card for Antonio Raillo now this time.
Y lo peor de todo es que no puedes hacer absolutamente nada. La falta se la hacen a Raillo. Es que la falta se la hacen a Raillo.
Esto es roja. Esto es lo que iba a buscar a... Esto es lo que está pasando.
¿Qué está pasando, Damián?
And I can't believe what is happening right now. Yes, there you go. I've seen a yellow card. And it does seem to be for Raillo. And I think that's the half-time whistle as well, because the players are starting to go into the locker room. Well, the whole of Mallorca's bench is on their feet. Well, I think, I mean, I have to control what I say on the program, but I mean, it's like the referee is just laughing at us, really. And I reckon that he should probably leave the pitch now, because otherwise he's going to be sanctioned for even more matches. So, do we know what he's actually whistling? So Raillo exit the pitch. He's had to be taken off the pitch, in fact, because he's so annoyed at the situation. It's so frustrating, of course. Raillo has now been sent off for a foul that has been done to him.
dicho algo más, seguro que sí, eso nadie lo pone en duda, ¿eh? Eso nadie lo pone en duda, y Raillo también no ve la segunda si no dice absolutamente nada.
No, pero iba a buscar al árbitro.
Eso está claro, ¿eh? Y viene de pasarle contra el Girona también hace poco. Pero vamos, hay que tener un poquito de comprensión, ¿no? También del colegiado, de una falta que me han hecho a mí, cuando estás pitando todo a favor del rival y a nosotros nada, me has sacado una amarilla, es normal que luego pues te diga que por qué me sacas amarilla, o no sé qué le habrá dicho Raillo, pero es normal que... ¿No? ¿Es el primer partido de González Fuertes de fútbol? No. Creo que ha pitado unos cuantos más. Sabe cómo funciona y cómo son los futbolistas.
No, I mean, everybody knows how football works with these kind of things. You can't handle a match like this. But now I think the match is completely broken up. Now they're going to have to take a striker off and put another midfielder on. You know, it's the kind of thing where, like, you know, you could easily just like get up and leave. You know, it's so frustrating. So who do you think is going to be brought off, Mauricio or Larin? They can't play with two.
Entre dos, también con Murici bien abrazaditos. Sigan. Pita al final de la primera parte.
And there goes the whistle that indicates half time. So Damian, you tell us what you think. Well, I mean, just listen to the atmosphere here right now. So I think Jaume Costa is also going to be whistled something because he's gone up to talk to the referee. At the referee.
La expulsión, ahora el que se acerca es Aguirre, pero
está pidiendo que se vaya todo el mundo de ahí.
Exacto, simplemente a darle el balón y poco más.
I think right now it's going to have to be all about just keeping onto the ball and nothing else really. And I think right now he's avoiding giving Abdon a yellow card too because he is also livid.
Yo te pero tú quieres ganar partido o no. Si quieres ganar partido o quieres sacar algo de aquí, tienes que calmar, si no.
Yeah, but if you want to get something out of the match, everybody's got to calm down. So it's been a very long time since we've seen this in the world of football, really. And everybody is taking white napkins out of their pockets and waving them at the referee. Of course, trying everything we can to avoid any more red cards here in the stadium. At the moment, a draw between Mallorca and Real Sociedad, but we'll be back very soon with the second half. Don't go anywhere.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora al 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto. Muy pronto. Air Europa. Cada detalle cuenta.
El temps que ens ha tocat viure és la meva vida. I ara sé com la vull viure.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Bienvenido a bordo. Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto. Muy pronto. Air Europa. Cada detalle cuenta.
El temps que ens ha tocat viure és la meva vida. I ara sé com la vull viure.
¿Qué tal? Bienvenidos de nuevo al Play Real Live, contándoos todo lo que pasa en este Real Club Deportivo Mallorca 1, Real Sociedad 1 de momento. En el tiempo de descanso valen los goles de Antonio Sánchez y de Takefusa Kubo. Ahora estamos viendo, hemos visto show prepartido, pero también lo estamos viendo este juego de luces en el descanso. Pero aquí el que está jugando más con todos nosotros es González Fuertes, que nos hemos tranquilizado un poco, nos lo pedía Jovan. Le hemos hecho caso, pero...
Sí, si queremos sacar algo, pues hay que tranquilizar desde aquí. Sí, pero la verdad que el criterio de árbitro no era la primera dos, la falta de Dani Dorrego no pita y luego te pita ahí, la verdad que no.
Por si alguien se ha conectado ahora, el Mallorca está empatando 1-1 en su estadio, pero es que además de llevar toda una primera parte con faltitas que sí se pitaban para...
So we are back live in this Play Red Live program. Of course, so Taki Kubo's equaliser arrived with a possible foul on Vedat Marici. And in the midst of all of this, they expelled Antonio Raillo after a foul on Antonio Raillo. He was sent off just before half-time there, and that is something that has really affected us right now. Of course, we don't really know exactly what was said, but if he says something really bad, you know, then you don't give him a second yellow card, you give him a red card directly. So what did he say to you for the referee to warrant to give him a second yellow card and then the red card?
sensible que sea el árbitro respecto a cualquier cosa que le digas y de la forma en la que
los
se lo
árbitros
digas.
en teoría son personas de fútbol, ¿no? En teoría, ¿no?
Teóricamente. Pero hay árbitros en los que hasta en tercera pasa que puedes decirle, oye, tío,
Tranquilo.
Eres
Eso es lo que...
Tío, ¿cómo que tío? Amarilla, ¿no?
O eres muy, eres muy malo.
I mean, it's a kind of thing where you can say like, you know, dude, but like, yeah, I mean, you never know what kind of referee they are and how much they're going to tolerate.
Es que es lo que,
hoy por hoy
es
no,
lo que
hoy
reclamo
por
yo en
hoy
esta
no, ha
acción, que
cambiado
Antonio
esto.
Raillo se equivoca diciéndole algo, sea lo que sea.
Y siempre el capitán podía hablar con los árbitros. Es que toda la vida.
Eso es, pero que, me refiero, si es algo súper grave, entiendo que le sacara roja directa y lo expulse, vale. Al ser tarjeta amarilla, no habrá sido algo tan grave. Entonces, si no ha sido algo tan grave...
You know, to give him a second yellow card, it can't have been such a bad thing. So I think in this case, what the referee should do would warn him, you know, be careful, this should be a, you know, a second yellow card. So calm down or you're off.
Aún así hay gente, mira, ¿por qué no aprendemos de esta chica, Jovan, James?
Es bonito.
Es que esto es la vida, claro, bailando, vamos a bailar.
Yo, José, he jugado en muchos equipos en el mundo y como aquí no hay ninguna presión. Aquí la gente puede enfadarse, no sé si pierde 10 partidos seguidos, pero como aquí...
You know, if you lose 10 consecutive matches, but, you know, there's no point us getting so annoyed about what's happening here right now.
Pero como aquí... La gente aquí, la gente siempre apoya. No sé lo que tiene que pasar para que la gente se enfada y todo.
Tienes que hacerlo muy mal.
Sí, tienes que hacerlo. Mira, pero no un partido. 2, 3, 4, no sé. Pero un partido no te va a pitar. Siempre te va a apoyar.
Y también la vida y la tranquilidad, ¿no? Al fin y al cabo, por muy famoso que sea...
I mean, the people in the stadium, they're always going to support you, whatever happens, no matter what. So you've got to try and control yourself and your reactions.
O que las cosas estuvieran mal en otros sitios. Yo estando jugando en Grecia, las cosas no estaban bien.
You know, I played in Greece, things weren't going well. And you know, if I was down a little bit, the fans would give me a real stick for it.
Mira, si va bien, te levantan pero si va mal, mira, te van a buscar en casa. Sí. Pero aquí es perfecto. Para un jugador, mira.
Ahí está, bueno, ahí lo estamos viendo, ¿eh? Todavía la gente intenta ver el lado positivo, que estamos empatando contra la Real Sociedad, que quedan 45 minutos, que ahora mismo le sacamos un puntito más al descenso, porque como decimos, lo decíamos en la previa, perdieron Cádiz y también Celta de Vigo, que también nos alejaríamos de ellos.
So of course, Cádiz and Celta de Vigo are behind. They did lose their matches today, which does benefit us.
El descenso, pero es verdad que se avecina una segunda parte difícil.
However, we are in for a really tough second half for Mallorca. What are you expecting now? I don't think there's any doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, as the minutes go by and legs get more tired, they're going to have a huge advantage.
El otro equipo te está encerrando, se relaja, se va metiendo en tu campo, te pillan una contra, una falta tonta, un córner tonto. Y eso puede ser un arma de doble filo, pero lo normal es que los primeros 15 minutos...
You know, it's a double-edged sword, of course. But the first 15 minutes is, of course, where you should be able to really hold them off. But between the 70th and the 90th minute, that's where matches are won.
Sí que es verdad que hoy, si ahora en la segunda parte, en los primeros 15, la Real consigue adelantarse en el marcador, el Mallorca ya está obligado a ir para adelante con un jugador menos contra un equipo como la Real, que ahí ya sí que te pueden matar pronto, ¿no? Teniendo que arriesgar sí o sí.
Primero a ver qué cambio van a hacer, porque un cambio tiene que hacer. Seguro no va a seguir con dos delanteros.
Obviously, we're going to have to see what changes are made, because we know there are going to be some changes made.
Quitaría a Muriqui. Porque con él no tiene velocidad y como en este tipo de... como no van a... como ellos van a tener balón y...
Perhaps Muriqi should be the person to be taken off.
Cuando juegas con 3, puedes salir con 4, defensa de 4, ¿no? 4-3-2 sería una opción, pero...
You know, a 4-3-2 could be an option.
¿Tú coincides, James?
Sí, más que nada por cómo vienen jugando las últimas jornadas, inclusive que pasara 4 sería si fuera perdiendo y quedaran 10 minutos. Ahí tienes que arriesgar un poco más porque quieres saber si puedes...
Obviously, you have to take risks towards the end, of course, especially if you do have the opportunity to equalize.
Te alejas un puntito más de...
Sobre todo por ser el rival que es y bueno, viendo cómo se han desarrollado los acontecimientos con esa expulsión de Antonio Raillo.
And judging by how events have unfolded today, I mean, Real Sociedad is a team that are really high quality every time they get a touch on the ball. We're going to have to go out there and just and defend with everything we have.
Y tienes que plantarle cara, es decir, ellos también tienen sus armas como nosotros tenemos las nuestras. Pues ahora
I mean, they have their weapons, same as we have ours. And it's now our turn to stick the oars in and start to row. So I think that I know who is coming onto the pitch right now. Talking about changes, I think Marishi is starting. However, I can see Copete right now. And he does have a sweatshirt on right now, but Marishi and Laren are both on the pitch. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a particular change, in fact.
Mientras el resto de suplentes estaba haciendo el típico peloteo de descanso, quien ha estado entrenando o calentando, mejor dicho, con Miquel Artigues ha sido Copete, que no me extrañaría que no harán el descanso porque no se va a producir, pero a los pocos minutos de reanudar el partido, esta segunda mitad, entre el central andaluz.
Bueno, pero sí, pero no creo que sea una estrategia, ¿no?, de Aguirre de esperar a que pasen 2 minutos y perder tiempo en un cambio.
However, I don't think it's a strategy of Javier Aguirre to waste time and then use the transfer window. I don't think that is going to be right.
Gio, tenemos a Gio también, está Nacho Vidal en el banquillo. Bueno, de momento sale con ese 4-3-2.
At the moment, we're starting with that 4-3-2 formation. So the 2-1 and 3-1 predictions are still available, are still able to win.
La posesión ahora que la ha recuperado la Real, que Cubo intentaba superar a Anastasic, pero dijo el serbio que por ahí no. Será saque de banda para los Churri Urdin. Javier Aguirre está ahí hablando en el área técnica con Tony Amor. Hoy repetimos, no está Paul Lorente tampoco en ese banquillo.
Of course, Paul Lorente is also not on at the bench today. He is sanctioned. Like Antonio Raillo, of course. It's not only that he misses these 45 minutes, but he will also not be available for the next match next weekend against Alaves away.
Está en un estado de forma muy bueno.
Sí, pero ahí tiene que aprender a no darlo, que aunque tenga razón él, a no darle la opción al colegiado a que te la pueda sacar la segunda amarilla.
Claro, y sobre todo como capitán.
Sí, una pena.
Es una pena.
Y aparte de Copete, calienta también Toni Lato en el Mallorca por parte de la Real Sociedad, 3 futbolistas, Barrene, Andrés Silva y Pacheco.
Pues 2 hombres más ofensivos y Pacheco central calentando para la Real Sociedad.
So we've got Pacheco warming up for Real Sociedad. Dani Rodriguez trying to recover the ball right now. Martin Valiant is in possession. Over to Kyle Larin. Over to Vedat Marishi, cleared by Real Sociedad. Dani Rodriguez now playing with Antonio Sanchez, who is everywhere. The referee whistled the foul. I don't think he'd even seen that, in fact.
Hemos salido bien,
un chascarrillo de estos tontos que hago, no. Creo que igual también le ha servido a González Fuertes para no bajar las pulsaciones y
I think that was useful for González Fuertes to, their half-time was good for González Fuertes to calm down a bit as well.
impartir justicia.
Pero hemos salido bien, ¿eh? Primeros 3-4 minutos, muy bien.
Y me gusta que sigamos con el 4-3-2, porque al final, si nos ponemos con 5 y a defender desde el primer minuto del segundo tiempo, te acaba cayendo de alguna manera y pierdes ofensivamente.
A ver si tenemos suerte y...
A ver ahora la falta, que es como un córner que pone Dani Rodríguez, despeja la Real y...
Free kick now, which is very similar to a corner by Dani Rodríguez, cleared by Real Sociedad, but creates another corner.
Que también va a ejecutar Dani Rodríguez, la coloca con mimo el tigre de Betanzos. Vamos, Dani.
Dani Rodríguez is going to take it.
A ver si buscamos a
Murici, a ver si repite Murici. La pone Dani al primer palo. Hemos conseguido peinar al segundo.
Dani hits the first post. We comb it. Here's the second post.
Por ahí, ¿era Anastasic? No, era Martin Valiant.
And was that Nasic? No, it was Martin Valiant who managed to do that.
Es que Dani es el tercer jugador del toda la liga con más centros que acaban en remate, ¿eh? Tiene un guante el futbolista gallego y de ahí los números que tiene el Mallorca a balón parado, que son 8 goles, como habíamos comentado anteriormente.
Sí, sí. Todos ellos solo uno desde los 11 metros. Ahora la Real atacando por la izquierda, el centro área que despeja Martin Valiant, le cae a Traoré.
Real Sociedad now.
La pared con su compañero Traoré, que lo puede intentar desde fuera del área, lo hace.
Playing with Traoré
Manos Rajkovic para enviar a córner.
into Rajkovic's hand, sends it to a corner.
Y el cuarto saque de esquina para la Real.
La córner para la Real Sociedad, lo intentó desde lejos Traoré. A ver, toca defender. ¿Qué está pasando?
Time to defend now for Mallorca. What is happening on the pitch, Damian? Well, a bit of everything's going on right now, to be honest.
Pedir calma a los futbolistas. Es que hay varios del Mallorca de la Real Sociedad y en el área pequeña de Rajkovic, también en el primer palo. Y bueno, Robin Lenormand, Samu Costa, bueno, se lanza ya al córner.
Lenormand, Samu Costa, everybody's in there involved in the action. And they've now whistled a foul in favour of Mallorca this time. I don't really know who for or what for. There were so many people there inside the goal scoring area. I actually think that was a foul on Predrag Rajkovic. González Fuertes actually just sent off somebody else. I don't know what he was possibly said to the referee. Yes, in fact, I was watching the screen to see what foul had been sanctioned. There's now a foul on Vedat Murici. Also another reason why the stands are so angry. So whatever the physical coach did say, I think that González Fuertes must have been right to send the physical coach for Real Sociedad off, because as soon as he saw the red card, he hunched his shoulders and basically ran off the pitch. So he must have said something pretty ugly. Dani Rodríguez, he shoots. Slightly off target, but from our angle, it looked like it was going straight in, to be honest. A shot there from Antonio Sanchez with his left foot. The Real Sociedad player. Corner again for Mallorca. It's Dani Rodríguez once again. Central shot from him, sits the second post, cleared by Real Sociedad.
Se la quedan los vascos. Miquel Merino sale de ahí jugando. Creo que ha pitado antes. Fuera de juego ha pitado. Bueno, fuera de juego que ha señalado González Fuertes. Sacará la Real Sociedad.
Por cierto que se ha incorporado al calentamiento de Lato y Copete otro carrilero, en este caso derecho, Nacho Vidal. Y además justo ahora, mira, antes lo digo, se está poniendo el peto a Don Prats.
Sí, ahí está, justo pegadito a la línea de banda por donde está circulando ahora el balón la Real Sociedad. Controla ahí Take Kubo, se va al suelo, Jaume Costa, se lleva el rebote el japonés. El japonés ahora encarando también.
Jaume Costa, but Take Kubo takes the bounce. Obviously, Dani Rodriguez recovery by him. Applause from the stands over to Kyle Larin.
La recuperó la zaga. Lenormand abriendo para Javi Galán. El cambio de orientación.
Opening up by Javi Galán. Change of direction now. Bit too short. Jaume Costa now. Traoré in the center of the pitch. Miquel Merino.
Vuelve hacia atrás Omar Sadik. Esquiva dos futbolistas de Mallorca y abre bien con criterio para el costado derecho. Take Kubo controla. Le dobla por ahí. Traoré, pone el centro con la izquierda, ahora Traoré. El balón en la frontal para Take Kubo, puede probar el disparo. Hace un primer amago Take Kubo, va a quitar la falta, sí.
Take Kubo there goes for a big shot.
Muy peligrosa esta falta,
Could be very dangerous foul.
Aguantar o llevarle a un lado a otro lado, pero las pérdidas allí son muy peligrosas.
El tema es girarse con un tacón, esas cosas.
Claro.
La paras.
Aguanta. Ya hace falta.
Se quejaba, protestaba Samu Costa la falta, pero sí es falta sobre Take Kubo. Cuando que ahora la verdad que parece que barremos todo el rato para casa, pero también contamos la realidad cuando toca, claro que sí. Ahora ha habido falta y es muy peligrosa. Veremos quién le pega.
So a really dangerous foul now.
Porque es quien está colocando el balón.
It's going to be Bryce.
Aquí metí contra Mónaco el mismo sitio. Mallorca, Mónaco.
Mal, Jovan, la verdad.
No, pero de allí, este sitio contra el Mónaco.
A ver, esperemos que no acabe igual esta jugada. Sin duda va a ser Bryce. Coge algo de carrerilla, está muy cerca de la frontal. Uy, toca en corto Bryce. Vaya, pues nos ha engañado a todos.
Short shot from Bryce there. Traoré ended up shooting then.
Le pegó desde fuera del área. Pues vaya, la verdad que
es que no entiendo.
Si el objetivo era sorprender,
mira,
lo ha conseguido.
Son 20 metros y no tira directo. Yo no entiendo, la verdad. ¿El fútbol dónde va?
De hecho, Traoré le ha hecho gestos.
Mejor para nosotros, pero te digo que no tiene un futbolista, un Real Sociedad.
Creo que le iba dando como botecitos también, creo.
Sí, exacto. Traoré, no sé si es porque no se lo esperaba o por si el pase no era lo perfecto que él pedía, pero le ha hecho gesto a Brais Méndez de algo le estaba reprochando el lateral de la Real al medio centro.
Pues sí. Pero bueno, mejor para nuestros intereses, que viene ahora Jaume Costa al corte, subiendo esa presión el Mallorca. Y ahora llega el momento que en el videomarcador vemos ese mensaje de enciende la linterna de tu móvil.
So right now we're seeing on the screens that message to the fans for them to turn on their phone torches. And at the moment, Mallorca holding Real Sociedad off very, very well.
Al suelo Antonio Sánchez. A ver cuánto aguantan según qué futbolistas también, tendrán que los que entren desde banquillo van a ser clave, van a ser clave. Y lo que anticipábamos en la previa, James, un poquito más de rasca, ahora ya yo creo que me voy a plantear ya ponerme la otra chaqueta.
And now it is starting to freshen up in the stadium. I think everybody's starting to think about putting their jackets on.
De momento lo están viendo empatar contra la Real Sociedad, uno de los mejores equipos del fútbol español.
We are currently drawing against Real Sociedad, one of the top teams in La Liga right now, who are also our semi-final rivals in the King's Cup. 13 minutes gone from the second half so far. Good pass over to Bryce. towards the left-hand side. You've got to be careful that not too many things happen now and try and slow the rhythm down of the match.
También calienta Manu Morlanes en el Mallorca.
Manu Morlanes warming up for Mallorca.
Porque el trabajo de, sobre todo de Dani y de Antonio, no porque Samu no trabaje, sino porque están trabajando defensivamente, pero es que luego tienen que llegar ahí desde segunda línea también, ¿no?
Vaya.
Muchos kilómetros.
Desgaste, mucho desgaste.
Sigue atacando la Real, taque cubo.
Real Sociedad still on the attack right now, playing with Traoré. The bounce benefiting them there. Dani Rodriguez and Jaume Costa, and it's going to be the ball for Real Sociedad. Mallorca players right now warming up. Zacharias. Short pass to his Russian teammate, back to Take Kubo, who tried from outside the goal-scoring area, which impacts with Kyle Larin.
Pero esto va a ser un ataque constante de la Real ahora mismo, es lo que parece. Mallorca muy atrás, metido. Hay que intentar ganar un par de metros, que es fácil.
Yo creo que tiene que hacer, tiene que hacer un cambio.
Desde aquí es fácil verlo, pero difícil conseguir salir contra un equipo como la Real. Uy, ahora el pase de Mikel Merino. Era bueno para la internada dentro de la pequeña. No salió bien y se han hecho daño, sobre todo un futbolista.
Exacto, que es Pedra Rekovic, en ese balón que ha ido a recoger, pues parece ser que se ha llevado de manera, ¿no? De manera involuntaria.
Sí.
Exacto.
Toca en la cara.
Exacto, la ha dado Javi Galán con el talón de su bota.
I think Javi Galán unfortunately hit one of the Mallorca players there with his heel.
Eso es, que hace fresquito.
Porque le ha dado en el costado. Mira, es que se lleva la mano a la oreja en concreto, que probablemente en los días que hace ya un poco de
And I think right now the player has raised his hand to his ear, and unfortunately in these chilly evenings that is just not what you want. You know, nobody wants a kick to the ear, never mind the weather, never mind who you're up against.
¿Os habéis levantado a las 6 de la mañana para ver el combate o no?
No, yo la verdad es que no. Yo soy de los que prefiere verlo la mensajería del resto.
El resumen ahí sí. Ha habido falta y tarjeta, Damián.
Sí, y creo que para...
There's a foul there and a card. Yes, for Zubeldía. Real Sociedad's midfielder, who I don't know if he's going to be one of the changes made soon by Real Sociedad, because Barrene is currently ready for Real Sociedad, but also Pacheco is too.
Central de la Real Sociedad, uno de los que va a entrar junto a, como os digo, Barrene.
Bueno, ahora mismo los dos centrales de la Real con tarjeta amarilla. A ver si se iguala.
So currently Real Sociedad, both their midfielders on yellow cards. Easy one to Alex Ramiro. Mallorca running there to double back. Good there to cut them off. There's 4 Mallorca players on the ground right now and on the chase of Omar Sadi. Moves past Kyle Larin.
A nuestros comentaristas. Minuto 60 de partido,
Bueno, y va a ser triple el cambio de la Real Sociedad porque también se prepara Andrés Silva.
There's going to be a triple change for Real Sociedad because Andrés Silva is also getting ready.
Seguramente sea por Omar Sadi. No sé, también jugando con uno más, igual quiere meter a 2 puntas. El disparo ahora de Bryce, ha tocado en Jaume Costa, será córner, favorable al conjunto de Imanol Alguacil. Está probando mucho disparo desde la frontal. No nos parece del todo mal eso, ¿no? A ver, pueden poner uno de estos en la escuadra, pero sí, estamos llegando bien a intentar bloquearlos, a taparlos. Por ahí de momento no están generando demasiado peligro. A ver el córner ahora. Creo que ha rematado un futbolista de la Real y que será saque de puerta.
Bueno, ¿no? Ahora el Mallorca está tirando de sus puntos fuertes, que es tirar de oficio, ¿no? el trabajo y desgaste, Mallorca lo tiene como ADN siempre.
Sí, por defecto, eso vamos,
eso
no es negociable.
Innegociable, totalmente.
Será córner de nuevo, pensaba que había rematado un futbolista.
Apologies, we just had a slight technical issue there. There's going to be another corner. It's the first post. Mallorca managed to clear it at first instance, away from Traoré. Really powerful shot there from Traoré, but not a good angle on it. There's now going to be 5 changes in one go. Antonio Sanchez is going to be one of the changes, we can imagine, for Manu Morlanes. The other one is going to be Kyle Larin. There is that double change. And Real Sociedad, Zubelia is off and Pacheco is on. We're just waiting to see those lines go up. Zakaria is off and Barrene is on. Winger for winger. And the last change is Sadiq for Andres Silva. Striker for striker. Another great match by Antonio Sanchez. Really good performance. Really hard worker. Yeah, he absolutely gives his all on the pitch. So 5 changes in total. 3 for Real Sociedad, 2 for Mallorca. So no real change in the team's formations, to be honest. Same formation, different protagonists right now. So what do you think is going to happen with these changes? Are you surprised that none of them have wanted to change the formation of their teams? No, not really, because Mallorca is working what they're doing. And Real Sociedad? Yeah, I mean, at the first 15, 20 minutes, if it wasn't working, then maybe I would change it. But at the moment, it's working out. But for example, for Imanol, to not put on 2 strikers, knowing that they're up against a team that is missing a defender. Well, I think it all depends as well on the type of football that he enjoys playing, Barrene, for example, is a player. He's a good striker. Real Sociedad inside the goal scoring area. Shoots and out it goes. That went really close to the post there. Yeah, of course, bringing on 2 strikers doesn't always guarantee that you're going to have more shots at goal, And then it's the same kind of thing, if something's not broken, why fix it, And I can't really remember a match from Real Sociedad where they've gone for a radical change in their formation. They are pretty regular with these kind of things. It's usually a 4-3-2 formation, and they don't really usually move too far away from that. Mallorca at the moment are defending extremely well.
Ni una ocasión clara teniendo un jugador más.
No, se está jugando ahora mismo el partido que quiere Aguirre, ¿no? El punto es bueno teniendo en cuenta que hay un
sacar una faltita, un córner
y que no pase nada hasta el 80 y a partir del 80 quizás
you know, hopefully nothing will happen, much will happen, you know, until after minute 80, 85, and then maybe we'll bring on somebody, you know, to help try and score, or we'll try and, I think at the moment we've got to keep doing what we're doing, for sure.
Me gusta que no haya renunciado a los dos puntas y que apueste por el trabajo de estos jabatos, tanto en defensa como el centro del campo. Bueno, y los delanteros, que al final son los primeros que salen a presionar también. Abdón para darle esa frescura, el relevo de Kyle Larin.
So the relay then from Kyle Larin. Maybe Abdon could be a perfect candidate for that at some point later in the match. So Real Sociedad trying now on the left-hand side.
Quien se ha sumado al calentamiento es Radonjic.
Radonjic for Mallorca has now joined the warm-up.
Sí, también de atrás él puede sorprender porque tiene carrera, es un jugador rápido. Porque la verdad que jugando atrás y presionando atrás sí que necesitas, digamos, un jugador rápido.
When you are pressuring from behind, of course, you need a really, really strong player. But when you've got Dani Rodriguez, for instance, I think if he brings Radonjic in, he's going to bring off Marici, and they're going to go for a 4-4-1 formation with Dani on one side and Radonjic on the other. That's my guess.
Las bandas, ¿no? Porque ahora mismo las bandas están yendo a defender, a ayudar los dos interiores.
I think right now.
Como Agio. A ver, Cubo dentro del área, encarando. Cubo intenta filtrar un pase, no puede superar la presión intensa ahora de Jaume Costa y de Dani Rodríguez. Cuidado que el pase para Traoré.
Dani Rodriguez and Jaume Costa struggle to hold off the pressure. Before that, there had been an offside moment.
Se había marchado por línea de fondo.
Como levantó el brazo.
Sí, vamos, eso es lo que creo, que creo que es. Pues no, ha indicado fuera de juego. Efectivamente, tienes razón, José.
In fact, no, it was offside. We were wondering whether that had been a foul action or, but no, it's been ruled offside in the end.
Pero también el centro de Traoré.
Sí, el centro no era el mejor tampoco, ¿no? Lo ha dicho todo, sin decir nada lo ha dicho todo, Joan. Aguantando el Mallorca, que a lo tonto ya se han cumplido 70 minutos. Bueno,
so Mallorca holding them off because we haven't even realised really, but we're already on at the 71st minute now.
¿Te acuerdas aquel Jeremy que fichó por Madrid? No te acuerdas, el año.
Do you remember that Jeremy player that signed for Madrid, you know, like in the year 2000?
La época de John Toshak.
In the John Toshak era.
Toshak llega de Madrid, de Turquía, y se trae
he came from Turkey.
Y se parece mucho a Traoré.
And he looks a lot like Traoré. And he debuted here with Anelka. That was his first match. The Zayt is a central shot. That could be a handball. That Bryce central shot there was going straight for the goal. Thankfully, that was a really easy handball to spot. And what an image of Dani Rodriguez there.
Me ha pillado mirando al cambio porque quien va a entrar es Beñat Turrientes. No sé qué ha hecho el futbolista gallego.
Pues mira, yo me había perdido que iba a entrar alguien porque estaba pendiente Dani Rodríguez abrazando a González Fuerte por quitar la mano. Todo tuyo, Damián.
Sí, pues medio centro por medio centro. Entra Beñat Turrientes, como decíamos, y se marcha Bryce Méndez.
So Renan Torriente is coming on for Real Sociedad, and Traoré is coming off. Bryce Mendes, sorry, coming off from for Real Sociedad.
Cuarto cambio de Imanol Alguacil, todavía le queda una ventana y un cambio. Aguirre todavía tiene 2 ventanas y 3 cambios.
Javier Aguirre on his still has 3 changes and 2 change windows. Yes, that smile there from Dani Rodriguez to González Fuertes, almost embracing him in thanks. Then to a now dangerous one, Martin Valiant reaches. Falls to him, Take Kubo on the other side. Over to Mikel Merino, what a pass from him. Over to Andres Silva. Real Sociedad moves it. Mikel Merino, they're not finding where they want to go. And this is exactly what we expected, that as time goes on, Real Sociedad put more and more pressure on us. And of course, they just tried to shoot there from really, really far away. They even almost gave a warning of it. I think Torrientes probably just told them, okay, come on, let's try and do it from outside the goal scoring area, because we're just not able to reach there right now. From goal now, Predrag Rajkovic. Combed by Manu Morlanes. Eventually the ball goes to Mallorca. You know, there's these kind of very football-like situations that happen.
Tendremos que aguantar un poco y no perder tan rápido. Y sí, de Darder te puede dar una pausa.
Y que ha demostrado que no solo tiene esa creatividad, ese buen pase.
Darder can definitely give you a bit of a break. You know, you could take a striker off and put Sergi Darder on, but actually, as soon as you've said that, Johan, that is exactly what's happened on the wings. Sergi Darder has started now to warm up for Real Mallorca.
No, el chico se ve que tiene ganas, pero a veces no te salen las cosas.
Cuidado, este centro también es peligroso al área pequeña. Se paseó por ahí, salió por la.
This is a dangerous central pass now in the goal scoring area. Went out eventually, though. Luckily, not too difficult for Predrag Rajkovic. And in fact, on Mallorca's ranks, it's Copete who has eventually sat down and given way to Sergi Darder warming up. I think that's a pretty obvious declaration of intentions there by Real Mallorca, as if to say they don't need to bring on any more midfielders. I mean, at the end of the day, bringing on more midfielders, it's going to be the same result. You know, you're demonstrating that it is enough for you to just have those two. You know, I mean, you're not struggling too much right now. You don't warrant that amount of players. There's a foul and a yellow card for Pacheco. So we're back to that situation of having both midfielders on yellow cards. Third yellow card for a Real Sociedad player. And the medical team is coming on to see Abdon Pratt.
Es Abdon, sí, es Abdon.
Es Abdon, que además creo que se dolía del tobillo y también recibió un golpe hace un par de jornadas.
Yeah, I think he's got some pain in his ankle. He did suffer a blow to the ankle a couple of matches ago.
Eso es. Sí, ha calentado un minuto de reloj.
And Sergi Darder has literally just been warming up for about a minute. He's just taken his vest on. Now, Tony Lato looks like he is coming on as well. So double change in Mallorca. Maybe he's going to stay with two strikers and take off Dani Rodriguez. Maybe taking off Dani. Well, hang on, I'm getting another idea of a double winger with Lato and Jaume Costa. Darder in the center, taking off Dani and one of the strikers, maybe. You could have a 4-4-1 like that with Abdon up top, Darder. And Morlanes, well, no, maybe not, because then you need to move Morlanes. Well, there's definitely something that's going to be happening. Really good recovery now from Mallorca. Dani Rodriguez goes onto the ground, whistled by the referee. We're just coming out to the 79th minute now. So one of them is Jaume Costa, so that my theory clearly wasn't right. Yes, it's Jaume Costa that comes on in favour of Lato, and Dani Rodriguez comes off in favour of Sergi Darder. So we're still on two strikers. Yeah, because it's working out for us. It's going well. So pretty risky decisions from Javier Aguirre, because he's definitely not giving up on the idea of winning this match. Something, of course, really refreshing and really welcome to see by the Mallorca fans.
Perdón. Jay se ríe de otra cosa que no se ve en pantalla. Venga, vamos a seguir con el partido.
Just laughing there of something that's happening off screen. But yeah, Mauricio there. It's going to be a foul that produces a throw-in for Real Madrid, and the fan celebrates it almost as if it's a goal. Let's see if Lato can give that to Vedan Maurici. There can't be an attack from Real here. Martin Valle now playing with Rajkovic. Vedan Maurici manages to home walk. Unfortunately, doesn't quite manage to connect with any of his teammates. Really good self-pass there from Take Kubo. Foul from Nastasic. And another yellow card now. Nastasic gets a yellow card, which was the second one this season. He was sanctioned previously for accumulation of 5 yellow cards. This is his second round, and this is his second one of that round. Bit of a dangerous tackle there, but of course, it had to be done as well. However, a pretty dangerous one there. Take Kubo on the left-hand side now. Take Kubo shoot.
De su compañero me he quedado un poquito parado porque no sabía si incluso había entrado. Lo que no veía celebración por parte de la Real desde este costado parecía que
that actually looked with that one there that it would actually gone in the back of the net. The only reason I didn't call it out was that immediately I noticed there were no celebrations from the Real Sociedad fans in the stadium.
Pero su remate se fue al lateral de la red. Minuto 82 y medio de partido. Continúa el empate. El Mallorca con uno menos todo el segundo tiempo. Aguirre jugando con dos delanteros todo el segundo tiempo. Bueno, todo el partido. Pero incluso con la expulsión de Antonio Raillo se ha mantenido. Incluso llegando al 80 se ha mantenido. Ahora mismo esa dupla formada por Murici y Abdon Prats.
Currently, Murici and Abdon Prats still striking for Mallorca.
Eso es verdad. Pero para ellos no sería un buen resultado, sobre todo teniendo en cuenta la superioridad numérica de todo el segundo tiempo. A ver ahora, atacan por la izquierda.
Of course, taking into account.
Javi Galán.
Y más porque había empezado muy bien y ahora en Liga todos los de arriba están ganando y están perdiendo posiciones.
Sí, la distancia está siendo ya bastante grande con rivales. Además, uno en concreto que es el Athletic Club, que no solo es rival por posición, sino por todo lo que significa históricamente. Ahora ha habido falta favorable al Mallorca. El propio terreno de juego cuando intentaban salir.
Now a foul in favor of Mallorca.
Unos cuantos segunditos más al cronómetro.
Of course, this will also scrape a couple of seconds from the clock.
Yo creo que es el partido que más tiempo se ha perdido aquí en Somos esta temporada. A ver hoy, que nos vendría bien que no añadiera nada. A ver hoy. Juega al largo Rajkovic, no consigue conectar con ningún compañero, el rebote pero sí le cae a un futbolista Bermellón que consigue forzar un saque de banda. Que vuelve a aplaudir la afición,
Muy bien planteado el partido segunda parte de Aguirre. La verdad que no esperaba con dos delanteros. La verdad que no pasamos apuros. La Real no han tenido un poco más de posición de balón, pero lo demás, nada. El planteamiento era perfecto.
Gritos de Real Mallorca, ale. Bueno, el planteamiento de Javier Aguirre, lo tienen en la cámara del Play Red.
So lots of chanting in the stadium right now.
Pendiente de lo que pase ahora, a punto Abdón de darle un susto en la presión a Remiro y la presión de Sergi Verde también yendo con todo, dejándose el alma. Los dos sertenencs para provocar un saque de banda. Se lleva, saque de banda que será de la Real Sociedad, pero que no pueda salir con comodidad. Se viene, esto ha ayudado también a que la afición ayude un poquito más en estos.
This has also helped for the fans that they're on their side in the last couple of minutes. They've definitely really been putting the pressure on. So much support for Sergi Verde and Abdon Prats too. Mallorca 1, Real Sociedad 1, but there's still some chances to go. Over to Gio Gonzalez. They've got to go. They've got to move backwards. They've got to avoid passing it over to Real Sociedad. Playing with Manu Morlanes now. Martin Valiant, long ball to Abdon Prats. Manu Morlanes did a great half turn there. Abdon Prats did lose the ball then. But then Murici can't quite continue his battle against Traoré there. We've still got one change and one window left to be made. Real Sociedad on the attack now. Tried to shoot. Tracker Kubo doesn't quite manage it because Tony Lano is there to defend because he is fresh now, with a fresh pair of legs, and he is full of excitement. And it's going to be a throw-in for Real Sociedad. And every action that does not end in a goal from Real Sociedad is being celebrated like a goal from us right now in the stadium. Zubimendi and Lenormand. Facing up to Gio now, Zubimendi and Manu Morlanes. Shot. And Rajkovic saves. It was a shot to the first post there. The Serbian managed to get his hand in there. But really, really good save from Rajkovic. Finding Lenormand. Nastasic manages to clear. And it's Rajkovic again. Looking frantically at the clock all the time. Foul whistled by Abdon Prats now. However, it's the same one that Taki Kubo did on Tony Lato just a moment ago, but that one wasn't whistled. Even though in this first half he is behaving slightly more, the referee. Let's see Taki Kubo now. We're facing up to Tony Lato once again. Javi Galan, really good job from him, and that's going to be a corner. Barrena did a great job there to see that. Manu Morlanes there trying to avoid the central shot. It was Take Kubo facing up, looking for a counter-attack. Moves backwards. He looks like he's playing football Salah right now, indoor football. Marino now, so Giarder gets a touch on it, but he's incapable of keeping hold of it. Traoré now over to Samuel Costa. Over to Matija Nastasic. Controlled by Traoré. Samuel Costa makes a mistake there. Goes down, that's going to be a yellow card. So, unfortunate there for the Mallorca player. Yeah, that is definitely an unfortunate one because Traoré is he's pretty badly hit there by Samuel Costa while he's still kind of turning around. And we are already in extra time now, 4 minutes of extra time added. So all we have to do is hold off for 4 more minutes. Take Kubo go inside the goal scoring area. Vedat Marici saves. And Vedat Marici is there going on the counter attack. Kubo shoots and it's out. And it's going to be a real tough one this time. Take Kubo there, such a dangerous figure. And Bryce and Daggett, definitely those two players that are creating all that danger for Real Sociedad. However, we definitely have to recognise that Real Sociedad are not the same Real Sociedad we were seeing in the beginning of the season. Good job from Mallorca there now. Nastasic there, knowing exactly what he needs to do. What a match from him. The fans there complaining about the Portuguese players' attitude. So just 2.5 minutes to go now. We're already on 91.5. We've got to be Vedat Marici clearing against Real Sociedad once again. He's been fouled, but the referee either didn't see or didn't want to see it. But a pretty obvious one there. Careful now, here's the second post, and there goes the goal. Goal by Mikel Merino there. Just coming up to the 93rd minute. Those dangerous shots that were coming from the central area of the goal. We were talking about Marishi there. I mean, I don't want to make these excuses. I mean, with a foul from Marishi, I mean, you would have... Oh, there's a yellow card now for somebody on the bench. I think Danny Rodriguez. A real jolt of reality there for us. And that's a red card, I think, to Tony Amor, in fact. I'm just going to bring him off. One of our delegates there taking Tony Amor off so that he isn't able to say anything else. So second goal in La Liga this season for Mikel Merino.
Merino también llega de atrás y justamente llega a balón donde no estaban los centrales. Digamos, dos centrales y Muriqui.
Su marca era Samu Costa, que también... pero claro, es más,
y
fácil
Samu Costa llega,
que defenderla.
Sí.
Otra falta,
suele...
Another foul to Marishi now.
Bueno, ¿qué ha pitado ahora, Damián? Pues no me atrevo a decir qué ha pasado.
And there's a whistle there, but I'm not entirely sure what just happened with that action that he just did with Beñat Turrientes. So the player from Real Sociedad has now thrown himself on the ground. So he stopped play for safety. And here I definitely agree with that, because he's had a bit of a tough blow to the head there. Yellow card for Turrientes or Andrés Silva. So, and now Mikel Merino. Yellow card for Sergi there. Yellow card for Merino. They were kind of arguing on the pitch about something that had gone on. But whatever has happened, the last shot from the match will probably... It's actually a neutral one, which, yes, it will be for Mallorca. Yeah, yes, of course, but having the pressure from Tegucigalpa half a metre away. Real clears it now. Pressure from Gio, who clears it and sends it up. Then Marishi's in the goal-scoring area. They're grabbing him from everywhere. Come on, whistle the foul. Now Samuel Costa is down inside the goal-scoring area. We're asking for a penalty. I don't know about that, but Marishi was definitely being grabbed. And the referee is actually... No, but there he goes. He whistles the final whistle to indicate full time. And Samuel Costa, I would like to watch that back, to be honest. From another angle, perhaps. Because if Samuel Costa was there and touchable before Mikel Merino, then that is a penalty. But anyway, that is the final score at the moment so far. So we will be hearing from very soon. So stay where you are at the moment. We will, of course, be analysing the match very soon. We're going to go to a really short break before all this action. After then, don't go anywhere.
Déjate llevar por la compañía española con la que vuelan cada año más de 10 millones de pasajeros a más de 50 destinos en todo el mundo. Disfruta de la unión entre tecnología y confort que ofrecemos en nuestra renovada flota de aviones. Nos gustará verte pronto, muy pronto. Air Europa, cada detalle cuenta.
El temps que ens ha tocat viure és la meva vida. I ara sé com la vull viure.
Pues ya estamos de vuelta en este Play Red Live para analizar lo que ha sido este partido.
We are back in Play Red Live to analyse what just happened in that match. We'll be asking James and Johan very soon about what they thought. But we are going to go and hear from the fans. First of all, probably very, very annoyed. But Rocío... Yes, we are with Jaume here. What did you think of the match? Yeah, I mean, we fought so hard with 10 players in the second half, and then for them to score in the 93rd minute, so frustrating. First half had nothing to do with the second half, right? And, seeing Kubo score and then the match change from there, really frustrating. And the first half definitely was to see how we were battling against 12. In that referee went really, he had it in for us from the start. Every week it's the same thing. Analysing the referee's decisions, obviously he's doing his job, I mean, yeah, it was all fouls for Real. There were so many fouls against Marici, and none of them were whistled. I mean, there's nothing we can do. It's really, really not frustrating. And equally frustrating to lose Raillo. Yeah, I mean, one thing happens on the pitch and you get a yellow card. I mean, yeah, you can't do anything about it. It's really just really annoying. So we can also really value players such as Antonio Sanchez, who's done an amazing match. Yeah, exactly, we can, because he is somebody who gives it his all for the team. But against referees like this, there's nothing for us to do. Danny Rodriguez had his chances as well. Yeah, I mean, I think they did a really admirable second half. Well, thank you very much, Jaume, for your words there. I think that's our takeaway, right? That it's disappointing to see how the referee decisions affected the match today.
coincidís, lo ha visto. Hoy nos ha condicionado muchísimo esa decisión en la que quizás, ¿no? Rayo hubiese podido
Yes, that decision really conditioned us today.
de Rayo, sino muchas faltitas. En los 2 goles de la Real vienen precedidos
There were
por
so many little fouls.
en fin, no sé qué valoración hacéis de lo que ha sido, qué análisis hacéis de lo que ha podido.
So I don't know what your assessment is of what's gone on.
Bueno, desde el punto de vista, dándole
Well, from my point of view,
ha sido un muy buen partido. Tanto la defensa
you know, if we ignore the referee for a second, it was a really good match. You know,
el Mallorca había salido muy
both
bien,
teams before
luego la
were
Real,
standing off
lo que
were
nos
responding really well.
calidad individual de cada uno y como equipo de meterte atrás porque van a ser protagonistas del balón. Pero luego a raíz de eso creo que no se ha sabido bien gestionar el tema de la desesperación por la
I think we didn't handle the desperation very well because of the fouls that were being whistled against us. Sorry, I'm just going to have to cut you off there because we've got Abdon Prats with Damian Garcia. Let's hear from him. Hi, Abdon. Thank you for talking to us today. What is your assessment of the match with such a cruel ending? Well, I mean, it's a real shame for all the effort that the team did today. I think we definitely deserved a draw at least. Yeah, I mean, Raya being sent off, you know, to play about 50-something minutes with one player down. I mean, that's a huge disadvantage. We deserved the draw, even one player down, you know. We were defending really well. And it was just a real shame that we lost it at the end. Exactly. So the image of the team with one player down was a real image of absolute sacrifice and dedication. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they ran out of ideas, really. I think we've definitely demonstrated that we can play a great match with 10 players. Well, thank you very much, and off you go to rest.
Antes de que se vaya toda la afición, vamos a conectar de nuevo con Rocío para ver qué opinan de esta derrota en el que el equipo s'ha deixat tot.
So back to Rocío to see what everybody thinks about this really cruel defeat. Yes, so we are with Luis, Joan, and Mark here. So, Luis, what's your takeaway? Well, I'm really proud of the team because they gave it their all. And if something stopped us from getting points today, it was the referee. So I'm really proud of them. Well, that's it really. I mean, I don't know what happened with Rayo there. I expected Rayo, with his experience, not to face up to the referee in that way. You know, I think they should know better. To go that aggressive to the referee, you know what referees can be like. And of course, that really conditioned the match. Yeah, well, I mean, I think Rayo's sending off really hurt us. We were falling behind the whole time. I think Rayo went too far. He shouldn't have insulted the referee. You know, they hadn't whistled the fouls, and then he got really angry, and that made him get sent off. Well, I mean, these things can happen in football, of course. I mean, there definitely were chances for a draw, right? Well, I think when they were reaching the 90th minute, drawing, I thought, you know, we're going to get a point here, but you know, football is cruel at the end of the day, especially this year. And this referee, then I don't get it, because it's not the first time that this kind of thing happens to us. And González Fuertes, it's not the first time he's really done this to us, and we're starting to get really fed up. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not just one referee, it's a whole group of referees that seem to not like us as a team. You know, they always value the big teams, and the teams that are lower on the standings, they don't get the same treatment. You know, Getafe, for example, you know, I don't like them, but they're doing a really good season. They're getting points however they can. Well, thank you very much for speaking to us. I'm going to let you go and have your dinner. It's definitely time to do that. So, of course, lots of people here wishing that today they would have seen a different result in the stadium. So, really frustrating situation for them. So, very critical Mallorca fans there, especially with regards to the referee. So, we're going to hear from Javier Aguirre. So, what's your assessment of the match today? Well, I think we were definitely alive in the match with 11 players. With 10, that became much more difficult to do. And, you know, if they score 4 against you in the second half, then, I mean, I think it was really, really cruel. What did you think of the team playing with 10? Well, I mean, it's always a struggle, of course. You know, if they do it with 11 already, if they put the pressure on, imagine with 10. So it wasn't easy. Raillo sending off changed everything, 100%. We're thinking about Alaves now. Clean, weak, a new rival, one of those that is towards the bottom of the team. Of course, we respect them immensely. We will, of course, try and win, and just to keep fighting. The words there from our coach Javier Aguirre. Of course, not really up for talking very much this week, understandably. The first thing to say is that it's a real shame that the main protagonist of the match is the referee, you know, and this happens match after match after match. The refereeing federation has to change something. It has to. I think we scored the first 15-20 minutes. I mean, we definitely put the pressure in. I want to see what he said, and you know, and what the referee says. I mean, you know, in these kind of situations, the referee can decide whether to whistle or not, but he has to do the same for both sides. Otherwise, it's obviously not fair. So we're going to go to more fans. We don't want them waiting too long, of course. Yes, we're here with 2 more Mallorca fans. Danny, what did you think of the match? I thought Mallorca were good feelings, good goal from Antonio Sanchez, which I think it was a mistake to bring him off. But my takeaway is not the defeat, but that, you know, obviously that goal in the last minute definitely damaged us. But the good feelings for the semi-final of the King's Cup. Yes, like my friend said, I think that it was pretty good feelings. And obviously, the referee definitely had a key role, because with 1 player down, it's much harder. So as we were saying, good feelings of how Antonio Sanchez played, which scored a great goal. Yeah, exactly. You said it. It was amazing. So apart from Antonio, what do you think of the rest of the players? I think they were good. I think we were really confident on defense.
intentar ser molt ofensiva. Ja esperaven que seria una mica aquest partit així. Jo no sé si has considerat oportú els canvis que s'han fet i ja d'entrada quan han començat el partit que fos una...
What did you think of the changes that were made today?
No, clar, nosaltres sabíem que estava per la banda de la Real Sociedad.
So we knew that Take Kubo was on the other side, you know? Of course, really annoying that he scored, but of course he did apologize to the fans. No, I really like him. Like I feel really affectionate towards them. Well, thank you very much. We're going to let you get home. Of course, it is pretty late, and I'm sure that your friends are waiting for you. So the words there of more Mallorca fans who, of course, wanted today to see a victory. So just going to have a look at the match stats. So there was a red card right at the end of the match there. That was for Van direct red card. So we now have no Raya and no Van der Heyden for the next match. So 2 central defenders off there. We're not sure exactly what happened. We'll have to see that further on, which really conditions the next match against Alaves. Of course, I mean, apart from that, we're really conditioned in other senses as well. We've got so many yellow cards. So in the end, we're just going to have to go and talk to Martin Valiant. What's your reading of this match? So good night. Well, the match got very complicated after the sending off of Raillo. But I think we showed a lot of character today, right up until the end of the match, and we've got to be really proud of that. I think even though it didn't serve to get some points on the board, it really helped us in a character way. So today was another demonstration again that Mallorca are definitely up for battling against any type of team. Today, even one man down, they showed an incredible level. Well, I think the identity of this team is being able to score and to compete, sorry. I mean, it wasn't meant to be today, obviously, but I think that we demonstrate it in every match. Oh, thank you very much. Thanks, guys. We were listening to Martin Valiant there. We just wanted to go through the match stats there. Of course, all these stats are incredibly conditioned by the fact that we played with 10 players for the majority of the second half. 5 yellow cards per team and 2 red cards for Mallorca, of course. So I don't know if you have been thinking about the fact that we're going to be playing against this team in the King's Cup. So Mallorca have definitely demonstrated that they can win over there. It's not going to be easy at all. I hope that the referee is not González for this. But I think we have to be really proud of the team. They made a huge effort. They did not deserve to lose. I think we need to be really proud of our huge effort and just focus now on the next match. So today we did miss the opportunity to put ourselves 9 points away from the relegation zone, but we are still 6 points away from the relegation zone. Yeah, Mallorca can be relatively calm in that sense. I mean, they can definitely not relax and become complacent. But, you know, it is true that the relegation zone teams aren't winning right now. But you've just got to think that there's all matches. You know, you can't think about the 3 matches that you didn't get in a previous match because that's what happened in the end. You know, so match by match, but you've just got to start getting those points on the board.
Esto es más importante, no solamente los 6 puntos.
Desde luego. Os quería preguntar, para vosotros, ¿quién ha sido hoy a veces es difícil individualizar, pero quién ha sido hoy el mejor jugador del...
So obviously it's very difficult to individualize, but who was your man of the match today? Well, after Maurice's injury, I'm really happy about his return. I think he did a huge effort. I think he did a huge effort today, and even though, you know, he played a really long time.
No solo en ataque, sino en defensa, cuando ya se comentó que se metía de central para despejar balones, luego llegaba arriba, podía aguantar, sacaba alguna falta, ganando duelos individuales, que eso también es muy importante. Y luego la parte de Antonio, que Antonio también ha estado lleva rindiendo los últimos partidos muy bien, está con confianza y
Antonio Sanchez as well is having a really good time right now, really good performances. He's such an important player for Aguirre right now. Yeah, as well, and apart from that, all that hard work that he'd been doing recently. Well, look, here we go. Talking about Antonio Sanchez, and here he is. What's your reading of a match like this? Well, obviously, we're really upset. I think the team was really good when it comes to sacrifices and not getting out of the match. It is true that we're obviously hurting because of what it implies, and you know we've got to stay with the positive aspects. We've got to be smarter to avoid being sent off. That's to say, really.
Incluso con 10 jugadores ante un equipazo como es la Real Sociedad, el equipo no ha concedido casi ocasiones.
So the team barely gave anything away today. That was really good. Yeah, I think perhaps they made more right decisions today than in the King's Cup, but we definitely can't put down the effort and the exhaustion as well that the other team is facing. And we should definitely value that as well. I imagine that on a personal level, you are happy for the goal that you scored. You've been saying you wanted to step up with regards to goal scoring. How was that for you? The first one of my decent amounts of the goal scoring area. Well, I mean, obviously happy about putting a goal on the board, but I'd rather not score another one and just win every match as a team. So a full clean week now to prepare the next match. And as you say, yeah, now it's all about taking advantage of this of the week that we've got to prepare. There was Antonio Sanchez, who, of course, being the team player that he is, said that he would much rather the team win and him not to score. So let's actually take a look at Antonio Sanchez's movement map.
¿no? el empuje de la Real Sociedad. Ahí vemos a Antonio Sánchez porque lo comentábamos, que se parecía que estaba por todas partes.
You can see Antonio Sanchez there.
Literalmente estaba por todas partes. Ahí tenemos el mapa y sí, creo que, bueno, ahí hay un espacio, ¿no? En el hay en uno de los corners por donde no ha estado. Creo que es el único sitio donde no ha estado, pero incluso llegando al área, hoy gol desde fuera del área y trabajo por toda la parte.
A goal from outside the goal scoring area there. Working all the way through the midfield. I don't know exactly how many kilometers he's run today, but it was definitely a few.
Más activo Antonio Sánchez, la zona donde se desenvuelve mejor Damián García es ahí en el flash, la zona flash en el túnel de vestuarios. Damián, conectamos contigo porque no sé si ya no vamos a tener.
So Damián, we're going to go over to you. I don't know if we have anybody else to talk to.
¿Qué tal, José? Pues justamente ahora te estaba escuchando perfectamente, ahora te he perdido.
I was just listening to you there. I just actually lost you, unfortunately.
Zona mixta, bueno, zona de vestuarios, mejor dicho, todos obviamente disgustados, con caras largas por esa derrota y sobre todo por cómo se ha dado con ese gol en el último minuto de
Lots of
Mikel
disappointed players in the stadium today, of course.
satisfechos con el trabajo.
However, at the same time, pretty satisfied with the job done.
El equipo ha mostrado una gran imagen,
because the team definitely gave a great image of themselves today. However, now it is time for them to take a rest. It's going to be a really, really tough battle on the second round of the King's Cup in San Sebastián.
Posible todos, que descansen y ojalá la próxima vez que nos volvamos a conectar en esta posición sea para contar una victoria.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Damián, trabajo excelente también como siempre. Enseguida escucharemos también las palabras del míster, de Javier Aguirre en sala de prensa, debe estar a punto,
Thank you
de salir.
to Adrian there.
También os quería preguntar, porque justamente ha marcado una persona a la que queremos muchísimo, incluso alguna aficionada ha dicho.
And of course, today the goal did come from somebody that we love very dearly. Unfortunately, as the fans were saying there, you know, even though it's very frustrating, he is somebody we love very much.
Bueno, sí, la verdad es que, bueno, como jugador de aquí, bueno, de haber jugado en el Mallorca, que ha sido un jugador muy querido y la afición, pues siempre lo ha querido mucho. Yo creo que él se ha sentido también.
I mean, he's a really well-loved player for the team. I think he knows it as well.
Al fin y al cabo, esos detalles, esos gestos también dicen lo que.
Those gestures, those details are always something that are very positive for a player.
Sí, él hizo aquí, me parece, 1 año y medio, 2 años muy buenos y yo creo que tiene.
Yeah, I think he had, 18 months, 2 years, really, really positive ones here.
Eso significa también que es un gran jugador y bueno.
I think he's a great player. Obviously, we'd wish that he didn't score against us, but you know.
¿Con cuántos puntos creéis que puede estar? Al final es un poco fútbol ficción, pero está claro que, bueno, que está claro.
So a bit of football fiction right now.
En mente que este año no van a hacer falta esos 40 puntos.
I think hopefully everybody realizes that we're not going to need those 40 points this year to save ourselves. Where do you think the salvation limit is going to be?
Pero bueno, yo sigo pensando que 40, en el sentido de que a lo mejor.
Well, I think maybe it'll be 40,
Sigo pensando que no hará falta los 45, pero yo pienso que.
I don't think we'll have to reach 45. But I think between 37 and 40, I think that could be the average.
Y equipos como el Mallorca, que solo llevan 23 puntos, están tranquilos. Quiero decir, eso habla muchísimo muy mal de los que están atrás.
Pero también es el arreón que puede pegar a alguno de los equipos de abajo que de repente consigan ganar.
Yeah, of course, but in a tournament like La Liga, you never know, and suddenly it could be that the one of the teams that are really far behind you suddenly have a stroke of good luck and they're right there next to you, you know.
El partido de Cádiz, pues era horroroso. En los últimos 2 o 3 partidos, yo creo que Cádiz está bajo de forma. Y no, hablando de Granada y
And
de
obviously,
Almería,
Cadiz right now, they're not on
la ventaja
form.
de Mallorca, porque Mallorca, lo que te he comentado, está capaz de ganar a cualquiera. Y estos tres equipos,
I think Mallorca, we know that they are perfectly capable of beating anybody.
Y luego ya miraremos al resto de clubs, de resultados, pero vamos a intentar hacer nuestros deberes a tiempo. Está en rueda de prensa aquí en la sala de prensa.
So we are going to obviously try and do our homework in time, and we'd like to not be having that struggling moment at the end of the season. But let's go and listen to Imanol Alguacil in his press conference.
Sí, yo venía repitiendo estos últimos partidos que no era por
Well, I have
falta
used
de
it in the last
entonces
matches.
ahí estás algo más tranquilo y el equipo también. Entonces, pero no hay duda de
Of course, when the team has one less player, you are slightly more
ganar los partidos
comfortable.
y bueno, y es lo que no estaba sucediendo. Entonces, claro que el equipo y sobre todo los jugadores de ataque, cuando ves que pasan los partidos, por encima generas y no hay goles, pues bueno, puede que entre la ansiedad. Bueno, hoy por fin, ya lo habíamos dicho, tanto las rachas buenas como las malas, al final tienen un principio y un final, y ha sido hoy aquí.
Obviously, you know, periods have a beginning and an end, and today our bad one ended here, and it is what it is.
¿En qué crees que está por delante la Real y en qué crees que está por delante Real Mallorca?
No, es que
What do you think is ahead of Real Mallorca? Well, I mean, from here until that match is played in Almeida, there's still a long way to go. Let's see how both teams get there.
Máximo respeto al Mallorca, a sus jugadores,
And maximum respect to the players, to Javier. Because as I say, every time we play Mallorca, it's really, really tough for us to win.
Lo acaba de decir ahora que parecía el guión de todos los partidos de Mallorca y Real Sociedad, ¿no? Hasta el final con el gol de Mikel, pero parecía que hubierais escrito el mismo guión, ¿no? Muchísimo problemas para ganar, generando ocasiones, pero no llegaba al final. Me imagino
really, really tough for you to win today. So many opportunities of managing to really score.
Sí, muy importante y sobre todo, pues, como le he dicho a vuestro compañero Chema, ¿no?
Yeah, and it was really important, obviously.
Que generes y que juegues bien y compitas. Lo que te gusta es, una vez que generas, hacer gol y ganar los partidos. Y bueno, acordaros el segundo tiempo aquí en el partido de Copa también, todo lo que perdonamos. Entonces, no hay duda de que según pasan los partidos,
I mean, there's no doubt that as matches go on, as much as we can say to the players that this is the path to follow, then obviously anxiety kicks in and nerves. And you know, obviously it's all about settling those nerves who are really happy to have kind of turned it around.
A la gestión emocional, a la inteligencia emocional de la plantilla y cómo la trabajas durante la semana.
Bueno, es que no ha pasado nada diferente. Creo que los dos equipos se jugaban mucho, unos para salir de abajo, otros para seguir en la parte alta de la clasificación. Veníamos nosotros además de jugar un partido importantísimo en París, pero bueno, hemos salido.
You know, we've come off the back of a really important match in Paris.
Lo tengo muy claro y habéis visto la alineación. Entonces, bueno.
But you know, today you saw how seriously we took it. You saw the starting lineup we brought out. But as we do in all matches, be them Champions League or La Liga, we take them equally seriously. So now there's a whole clean week until next Friday for you.
Bueno, vamos a ver, porque el partido ya habéis visto que ha sido duro y bueno, aparte de que ya veníamos acumulando.
Obviously, you saw today that the match was really difficult for us.
Hoy también va a haber alguno que otro tocado, entonces vamos a ver quiénes recuperamos. Mikel, lo que te puedo decir es que ayer no pudo salir al campo, entonces ya veremos cómo evoluciona. Le está dando la lata más de lo que pensábamos. El Lustondo todavía no ha pisado, no ha tocado el balón. Kitty hizo una sesión muy suave con nosotros el día anterior. Bueno,
Kitty had a really soft session with us the day before the other match. I mean, hopefully we can have her in time for the next matches.
También lo he tenido que cambiar. Ha recibido un golpe nariz y bueno, estaba un poco dolorido, mareado y bueno, por eso el cambio. También Beñat ya habéis visto
And
cómo
obviously
estaba,
our player today had a really acute pain in his nose. That's why we decided to make some of the changes.
de guerra es importante, así que bueno, esperemos que como hay una semana para recuperar, que estemos por lo menos.
And then there was obviously a really tough knee injury as well. So I think hopefully we've got a whole week to recover and we'll be fit to fight on Friday.
Bueno, pues Imanol Alguacil, un poco ha dejado titulares.
So Imanol Alguacil, I mean nothing particularly remarkable there.
Es la gran diferencia de estos dos partidos que hemos vivido contra la Real en Somos al que viviremos en el Real Arena. Bueno, mentira, la gran diferencia es que estos han sido en Somos y ese será en el Real Arena seguramente, ¿no? Esa es una, pero el que recuperen a Oyarzábal también es bastante importante.
Sí, bueno, capitán, jugador muy importante en los esquemas, jugador que parece frío, que parece que no entra en juego, y al contrario es muy importante porque tiene mucha calidad, buen golpe de balón y tiene mucho gol. Es decir, es muy importante para la Real.
En cuanto a la Copa, nosotros también recuperamos a nuestro capitán, que no lo tuvimos en la ida de semifinal, bueno, ni hoy durante una.
Of course, we did recover our captain today because we didn't have him in the first round of the King's Cup. Now they will have Oyarzábal back for the next match too.
En último 3, 4, 5 partidos que estaba ausente, pues sí que se notaba.
Luego, como dato, recordábamos que en 2023 solo habíamos perdido 2 partidos en casa. Éramos el segundo equipo que menos partidos había perdido en su estadio.
I think we were one of the two teams who had lost the least amount of matches at home in 2023. However, 2024 we've already lost 2 matches here.
Ser un poquito ahí optimista y pensar en lo mejor que está por delante. En cuanto a los deberes del Mallorca, bueno, ahí está Javier Aguirre.
When it comes to Mallorca getting their home the rest of the season, we're going to hear from Javier Aguirre in his press conference straight away. But first of all, to say goodbye to you, James and Johan. Thank you very much for being here with us, and we hope that you'll be back very, very soon with us.
Hola, mister Paco Muñoz de Onda Cero. Sé que no le gusta hablar de los árbitros, pero se repite la historia.
So I know you don't like to talk about referees, but it's history repeats itself. And, you know, equalizer that probably could have gone to VAR, and then the Raillo sending off as well. No, I haven't watched it back. And Raillo sending off changed everything.
Hola, ¿qué tal, mister? Buenas noches, Alberto Hernando, Cadena SER. Hola. Si me equivoco, me corriges. Siempre que termina el partido, sé que no vas a hablar de los árbitros. Los árbitros y las entrenan conmigo. Siempre que termina el partido, enfilas el túnel de vestuario, es el primero prácticamente de todos los que hay en el terreno de juego, salvo hoy, que has cruzado 50
Today, you
para ir a hablar
crossed
con
50 meters
Fuertes.
to go and talk to González Fuertes.
Aunque no vayas a hablar del colegiado, que a veces
So even though you're not going to talk about the referees, I mean, like that frustration must be going in crescendo now, right? No, I mean, I went because of my players, because I knew they were going over to him. And when I turned around, Van der Heyden was shaking his hand, and then he sent him off.
Miki, buenas, mister. Miki de SIGUE Radio. No sé si más allá de la expulsión del capitán de Antonio Reillo, si ha sido por aplaudir, no sé si crea un poquito de impotencia, ¿no? El distinto rasero de los árbitros a la hora de sacar una tarjeta a un jugador del Mallorca o otro jugador de otro equipo de la liga.
Sí, yo entiendo que es la máxima autoridad en terreno de juego y hay que respetarlo y todo lo que ellos consideren una.
I mean, I know that the referee is the maximum authority on the pitch.
Tienen 2 opciones de sancionarte con tarjeta amarilla que te avisan.
You know, they have 2 options to sanction you. Yellow card and red card.
Justicia, ¿no? Y él consideró seguramente que
that's what they're there for at the end of the day. to bring justice to the match. I don't know if he felt that there was disrespect towards his person, but yes, unfortunately that was the case. So with all due respect, Antonio Santos got a double yellow card just a month ago for protesting. So how much do you blame the player for what happened on today? Well, obviously, as usual, the main response, the biggest responsibility falls on me.
Nos expone o deja al equipo muy disminuido. No muy disminuido, lo deja con uno menos contra un equipo rival que ya con 11 te somete, te quita la pelota, te llega por fuera, te llega por dentro, a media distancia. Es un equipo que muy completo, que lo vimos jugar Champions esta semana y que ya con 11 era muy complicado y con 10 pues era casi imposible como fue, ¿no? Al final lo tuvimos tan cerca y no fue posible. Yo creo que Antonio es el principal. Él es autocrítico, seguramente él sabe que se equivocó, no ha hablado con él.
He's very self-critical, and I haven't spoken to him yet. I know that he will think that he made a mistake. I'll speak to him tomorrow, but we grow from self-criticism, right? It's a shame for the people that are going away today, obviously really hurt, really annoyed. It's a really cruel way of losing a point today, it's true. Losing once again at home. Very frustrating.
Palabra adecuada para quizá lo que se me ocurre es agradecer a la gente de verdad que estuvo empujando, animando hasta el 94, hasta lo que haya sido y nada más, mucho agradecimiento porque nos sentimos arropados, nos sentimos queridos.
Apart from that, just really thank the fans because it wasn't in vain for sure. We want to leave that very, very clear. It sounds like a paradox. That will make us really stronger as well. And I think it will really make us realize that mistakes are very costly in first division.
Que el Mallorca haya estado 47 minutos aguantándole la Real Sociedad con un hombre menos.
Mallorca held Real Sociedad off for 47 minutes with one man down, right? Yeah, I think that's really useful information. Because I feel like the elimination round is really open. I think the semi-final of the King's Cup, I think it's still wide open. At least the defense work today was fantastic. The one or two mistakes from the referee. One or two mistakes from the goalkeeper.
Es una persona súper autocrítica y se echa mucho la mochila a la espalda. Le quiero preguntar, estos 10 días hasta la semifinal de Copa,
I wanted to ask you, how are you going to work this now? How are you going to try and improve the emotional management against the King's Cup match? Yeah, I was thinking about this. When Rayo was sent off the last time, lots of whistling at the referee. And I think the goal today was that turning point that really kicked everything off.
Deporte de que el fútbol mismo que es difícil contenerte, que es difícil, todos ustedes han jugado a nivel amateur.
And I do think it's difficult to control yourself in those moments.
Yo creo que es parte del mismo, no es un juego en el que
I think it's not a kind of game
en el que no puedas hablar, es muy difícil.
Where you can't talk, it's very difficult.
lo que tú consideras
So to try and keep the balance
es complicado, más y
against what you think is unfair is really difficult.
todos los actores principales del terreno de juego, es difícil mantenerlo. De aquí, ¿qué haremos?
So what will we do against this?
Reflexionaremos. Yo seré el primero en
We'll reflect tomorrow.
y colectivos. Seré el primero en tratar de recomponer al equipo.
I'll be the first one to try and recompose the team
Y preparar el gran día, ¿no? Yo creo que ahí
and try and get ready for the big day. I think that's the important thing.
Apelo a la experiencia, ¿no? Hay una frase aquí que se usa mucho en España, en México no tiene traducción, que tengo el culo pelado ante estas situaciones.
I think there's a bit of there's an expression that I'm sure doesn't really translate, but here we go. It's right now, I've got a naked butt against these kind of situations where I'm out in the cold and I don't know what's going to be happening.
Pues no le doy importancia, te digo la verdad, no se la doy porque
I don't give a lot of importance to the fact that we'll be playing away for the next 2 matches. It sounds a bit too moany for me, and I don't like to be like that. But so I really don't think that people would say that I try and like pass the blame onto anybody else. You know, it is what it is, and I don't let myself get too worked up about it.
Porque me parecía que colocarnos 9 partidos a las 2 de la tarde contra equipos que nunca juegan todo el año a las 2 de la tarde.
You have all these matches at 2 p.m. against teams that never play at 2 p.m. and it didn't make sense last year. But obviously we had Kang In Lee on our team.
Mister, ¿va más reforzado el equipo, independientemente de todo lo que ha pasado en este partido, que no ha sido poco, va más reforzado el equipo a la vuelta de la semifinal de Copa del Rey después de este partido?
So yes, I do think the team will be better prepared now for the second half of the semi-finals or after the match today. I think this strengthens us. And I think the good thing is that the team definitely had an injection of enthusiasm and cheer with the support from everybody. Yeah, I think we're definitely going away from here. So, first question, how is Martin Valiant doing? Well, you know, half time, Nastasic also complained about some pain. If you noticed, I talked to Gobete to for him to come on at the beginning.
Vedat Murici también al mismo tiempo estaba con el masajista, tenía un golpe en el gemelo, justo el gemelo lesionado o el que tuvo la lesión. Teníamos tres. De hecho, Tony Amor me dice, si buscamos de una vez a todos y así no quemamos una ventana. No hay que esperar. Entonces los 3 les dije, les voy a dar 5, 8, 10 minutos, no más. Y estábamos viéndonos, al final tiramos para adelante y terminaron bien. Yo creo que están bien, sí.
La otra que le quería hacer 4 meses después, casi más o menos.
But I do think that he is okay. And my other question is that after almost 4 months, we have Maurici, Larin, and Tardero on the pitch at the same time. What do you think?
Es decir, nosotros buscamos en el refuerzo Kai Larin unas características que no tiene Abdón y que no tiene Vedat. Nos cuadraba y por avatares del destino nunca se dio.
Yeah, I mean, because of you know, it made sense to us on paper, but it just so happened that things weren't happening, and we weren't able to bring them together. But yes, we're going to leave this press conference here. Thank you very much.
Comenta que el equipo sale reforzado a pesar de la derrota de cara al partido de vuelta de la semifinal de Copa en el Real Arena. Y precisamente vamos a repasar.
Here we go. We're just going to have a look at the next matches coming up.
jornada para enfrentarnos al Alavés. Ahí lo tienen en pantalla, es el sábado 24 a las 6:30.
So it's Saturday 24th, 6:30 kickoff against Alavés, Luis García Plaza's team. And then it is time for Mallorca versus Real Sociedad, the second round of the King's Cup. Sunday, the 3rd of March, 6:30 kickoff against Girona at home. And then Barça versus Real Mallorca, Friday, the 8th of March, 9 p.m. kickoff for that. So that is it from us today on Play Red Live. Unfortunately, we weren't able to bring you a new victory for Mallorca, but let's think about what Javier says. We've been strengthened by this defeat, and hopefully that will give way for many, many beautiful things in the next couple of matches, especially in the King's Cup semi-final. Thank you very much for watching, and good night.